Good morning. I would like to call the meeting of the Legislative Commission's Budget Subcommittee to order. Welcome to Day 5 of the pre-session budget hearings. This will be the subcommittee's second to the last meeting. No applause needed. I would like to welcome everybody here in Carson City, those joining via video conference in Las Vegas as well, and those listening online. I'm Senator Marilyn Dondero Loop, and I will chair this committee today, and I chair Senate Finance. Today we will hear budget presentations from the Judicial Branch, Department of Motor Vehicles, Department of Taxation, and the Department of Agriculture. Before we get started, I would like to go over some quick housekeeping items. First, I would like to remind all committee members and members of the public, please turn off your electronic devices. Second, for those who will be providing testimony today, please remember to state and spell your name for the record. This meeting is being video conferenced between two locations and also broadcast online, so it is important we keep an accurate record of those speaking. Third, if you are presenting and have a business card, please provide your business card to the committee secretary before leaving the committee room today. Lastly, we will take a lunch break for an hour around noon. That is a very squishy time, so we'll let you know as we get closer. So we'll start with the first item on the agenda, and that will be roll call. Will the committee secretary please call the roll?
Assemblymember Anderson.
Present.
Assemblymember Backus. Assemblymember Brown-May.
Here.
Assemblymember Dickman. Here. Assemblymember Hafen. Here. Assemblymember Hibbets. Here. Assemblymember Howdigi.
Here.
Assemblymember Koenig. Here. Assemblymember Mosca.
Here.
Assemblymember O'Neill. Here. Assemblymember Torres Fawcett. Assemblymember Watts. Here. Assemblymember Yeager.
Here.
Senator Buck. Here. Senator Cannizzaro. Here. Senator Neal. Here. Senator Wen. Here. Senator Stone. Here. Senator Taylor. Present. Senator Titus. Here. Vice Chair Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Chair Dondero Loop.
Here. Thank you very much, and we will move on to agenda item number 2, public comment. This is the first period of public comment. There will be another period at the end of today's meeting. For those providing public comment, please remember to state and spell your name for the record and then begin your statement. To call in to provide testimony during the public comment period, dial 888-475-4499. When prompted to provide the meeting ID, please enter 848-5600-8287 and then press pound. When prompted for a participant ID, please press pound. The call-in information is also provided on the agenda for today's meeting. We will begin with public comment here in Carson City, then move to Las Vegas, and then go online. So is there anyone here in Carson City who would like to make public comment? Seeing none, we'll go to Las Vegas. Seeing none, we'll go to the lines. BPS, when you're ready.
If you would like to provide public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, the public line is open and working, but we have no callers choosing to provide public comment at this time.
Thank you very much. Then we will move on to agenda item number 3. And before we begin budget presentations, I would just like to make a statement. These budget hearings are, pre-session budget hearings are a high-level overview, not a detailed line item presentation. So we'll have plenty of time once session starts to get into the weeds. So committee members, this means keep your questions high level and the presenters do the same. And we will, with that being said, we'll begin with the budget presentations. First up is the judicial branch, and I'd like to welcome Chief Justice of the Nevada Supreme Court, Douglas Herndon, and his team. And please go ahead and introduce yourselves and welcome to the committee. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Douglas Herndon. It's D-O-U-G-L-A-S, last name H-E-R-N-D-O-N. And I am here on behalf of the Nevada Supreme Court as the Chief Justice alongside my colleagues, who I'm going to introduce in just a moment. Before we get started, I think I would be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity, because I know all of you were here during the 82nd session, to thank you with sincere gratitude for your support during that session for the judicial branch and all that we do. There were a lot of layers to what you did that was in support of us that have had a lot of great effects. None more so in my mind than the COLA increases for the employees that work within our court system. More than just the pay, I think it was the recognition that you as the legislature see them and appreciate them and respect what they do to help make our court system as great as it is. It has had a massive effect on our ability to attract and retain the quality people that we have that allow us to do our jobs every day, excuse me, in the way that we do it. So again, you have my sincere gratitude for everything you did for us in that regard. I would be remiss as well if I didn't offer my sincere gratitude to Justice Stiglitz, sitting behind me, who did a lot of heavy lifting on behalf of the court during that session, and I'm hopeful that's going to make my job a lot easier this year as we work with you moving forward. There's a couple of other things that I want to thank you for. To begin with, you funded judicial independence, and I cannot repeat or overstate that enough. To untether us from the idea of administrative assessment revenue in the operation of the judicial branch has had a massive effect on our ability to create flexibility and efficiency with how we do our jobs. To take us from a specific position type of budget to a lump sum type of budget has greatly increased our ability to do what we do and to do it in a more efficient and effective manner, so thank you. Additionally, you funded our separation from the executive branch services in terms of accounting and payroll, which has also had a huge impact on our ability to more efficiently create independent, paperless type of accounting and payroll services, which has allowed us to be more reactive in a good way to our employees with regard to financial matters, and I thank you for that very much as well. And lastly, you funded infrastructure and resources for us. I will tell you that through your support, we were able to open an administrative office of the courts in Las Vegas, which has been of great service to our court system, and we did it within budget. We were also, through your support, able to begin, and it should be completed in the middle of the next month, on time and within budget, a training center being built out of our library facilities within the Carson City Courthouse that we're going to utilize as we engage in ongoing training for the Nevada judiciary across the state. The idea being, obviously, to create consistency with how the judges are operating within their various districts and court systems, which again creates more opportunity for access to justice and more efficiency with which we do our jobs. So I thank you greatly for that as well. And I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues now with this. I have always tried to have enough humility in my life to know what I don't know, and to have the good sense to defer to those people that know things that I don't know, and the good sense to let them do their things. I am very privileged to work with our court administrator, Catherine Stocks, our chief financial officer, Todd Myler, and our chief people officer, as we affectionately refer to Emily Kuhlman. They know a lot more about our budget, our staffing, our personnel issues than I do. I am admittedly still learning all this, but I am happy to answer any questions once we get to the end of this presentation as well. And again, I thank you for your time. I look forward to working with each of you collectively over the course of this session. So thank you. Ms. Stocks.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Catherine Stocks, for the record, Katherine Stocks. Thank you, everyone. The Chief Justice actually made this a lot easier with his intro. Pretty much summed up our thank you that we have. So we believe that the committee received copies of our 2023 and 2024 annual reports. These are statutorily required, but they're also a great tool at talking about what we've been able to accomplish together. In the FY23 report, page 6 actually talks about our 82nd session accomplishments. There's a whole page talking about what the chief just mentioned. We also have the FY24 one, which is the most recent. Any statistical information about trial courts is in there. Apologize. Okay, let's hope that worked. There we go. Statistical information is in there. If any members of the committee would like to meet with us during session to talk about questions in these two reports, we are happy to meet with you. We like talking about what we do, and we really like talking about what we've accomplished. So we're happy to meet with you. If you have specific questions, that'll give us a time to address those individually. Thank you. All right, so to piggyback on what the chief said in his introduction, major accomplishments. We, as noted, accounting and payroll systems were successfully separated on July 1 of 2023. We went live and we have not looked back. I would like to say thank you to Emily and her team because they were able, we already have our W-2s for last year. We have, I believe, a 99.7% accuracy rate in our payroll. We are very thankful for allowing us to move over to ADP. Our accounting processes, we have reduced the time that it takes to process vendors from weeks to now when we set up a vendor, it only takes a matter of days. We are getting reimbursements done within days instead of people waiting 45, 60 days. We know that it is a burden on our employees when they are asked to travel and wait for that reimbursement. We are now honoring our commitment to encourage people to be able to do their jobs and do it without worrying about floating a credit card bill in a paycheck. Finally, as the chief said, we have the AOC office in Las Vegas, and we did an open house. I believe some of you were able to attend. We also are happy to have you come join us after the State of the Judiciary to see the new center in Carson City.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Todd Myler, Toddmyler. I am the Chief Financial Officer for the Supreme Court. This slide is a very high-level snapshot of our budget for the next biennium. These are biennial numbers, so you'll see we have total funding of $197 million. That is made up primarily of general fund, but we do have a decent chunk of money left over from the American Rescue Plan Act that we are still working on some projects with. And we do have a fair amount that you will see in one-shots, which we will deal with later in the presentation. With that, I'd like to introduce Emily Kuhlman to talk about staffing and personnel.
Good morning. My name is Emily Kuhlman. That is EMILYKUHLMAN. As mentioned, I'm the Chief People Officer for the Nevada Supreme Court, and I am here to talk about the staffing and personnel budget. I'll start with some accomplishments, or to piggyback on that. We are pleased to share that we stayed within our appropriations this biennium and were able to implement a living wage classification and compensation structure to our employees. We could not have done that without you, so please thank you again for the support that we had in that. We have continued to provide quarterly IFC reports to the members that outline any changes to our personnel and payroll systems and structure since we last sat here, and we will continue to do that going into this next biennium. One difficult decision that we had to make to ensure that we were staying within those appropriations was to withhold the merit salary increases that the employees were used to getting. We did that to ensure that we were being good stewards of those funds with this new personnel funding structure. What you'll see in our budget is a request and an adjusted base of around $6.7 million over the biennium, which will provide us sufficient funds to restore those merit salary increases to our employees. Having sufficient funding for that is a crucial piece for us to maintain competitive wages for our employees and to obtain that top talent that we're seeking to continue to provide the services that we do across Nevada. With this request, what you will also see is 10 new full-time equivalent positions totaling about $1.4 million. 7 of those I don't believe are a surprise. We spoke about them last session. They're current ARPA-funded contractor positions that we're looking to convert over. We've had significant projects, as you are aware, and successful projects at that, so we're excited. And we want to maintain those systems moving forward while continuing to offer a modernized justice delivery environment. With that, we also have 2 new marshal positions, which will maintain that sufficient coverage of the Supreme Court and Court of Appeals as outlined in our COOP plan that was created. We also have 1 more specialty courts support position that we are asking for. This will support our current specialty courts coordinator and the specialty courts funding to offer a higher level support to those therapeutic courts across the state. I am happy to answer any questions at the end of our presentation, but I will pass it back off to our state court administrator.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. Next, we have the continuous learning plan. In last session, this body provided us with 4 additional FTE to evaluate how we are providing education across the state. When we were reliant on administrative assessments, one of the first things that was cut during the Great Recession was education for judicial branch employees. Education for judges is mandatory, and that has been able to be maintained over the years. However, now we're looking, it's almost 15 years since we've been educating judicial branch employees. Therefore, over this biennium, we took the 4 FTE that you provided and did an analysis of what it is that our courts need across the state. Through our Judicial Council, we have a court administration committee. That committee created a work group that surveyed across the state, surveyed judges, surveyed employees. What do you think we need? What education is required for us to be providing a professional environment for our judiciary? How are we bringing our employees up to serve the citizens better? And this is what is the result, is this continuous learning plan. You'll see that it is an amount of $716,694, and that is for a combination of in-person trainings, hybrid activities. We're going to be able to use the Carson City Center. But part of this is the employees asked for both in-person and on-demand training. We have the full plan itself will be provided within the materials before the big budget meeting, for lack of a better term, as Mr. McCormick would say. So we will be able to show our work that we are going to provide online education, live education, and that live education is going to be a combination of in-person and remote so that we can reach our employees where they are, and we can also bring all of our staff together. I think it's biannually, so that people can actually have those side conversations that allow staff to ask questions in a safe environment and learn from each other. And then next. So this is the next step in our future of our courts. We are asking now, based on the success of the accounting and the HR independence, we are now asking to separate from the Office of the Chief Information Officer, I believe is the acronym for OCIO. In this instance, we currently use OCIO for SilverNet and VPN. Part of our move to modernize our court system are heavily reliant on cloud-based systems. The current policies from OCIO are not necessarily congruous with what we are trying to accomplish with cloud-based systems. This initiative is a true access to justice initiative, as the reliability of internet in our trial courts in rural Nevada are dependent on the quality of the internet connection that they receive. So if we end up with a bottleneck in SilverNet, then on the other side of that bottleneck, those trial courts might not have internet connection. And we continually in the AOC are working with courts when their internet goes down and they can't process cases. That has a direct access to justice implication. So we are seeking, based on the success of our efforts over this biennium, to now move to have our own internet access and cloud-based services. And you'll see that it shows it's a $245,000 net. It's because we have about $850,000 that we already paid towards those services. So it is an increase. However, for us, the nearly $250,000 increase is justified by having reliable internet so courts don't go down so they can process cases.
Okay. We also have a number of other enhancements in the budget. First off, we are currently working with the guardianship program to create an online portal. That portal is live. It is still being worked on to completion. This decision unit will allow us to not only complete that project, but have it licensed through the next biennium. We have a request for a security camera upgrade in the Carson City Courthouse building. The resolution on the cameras that we have in the current system is not sufficient for any investigatory work that our marshals might need to work with local law enforcement on. So we need higher resolution cameras in order to make that sufficient for their needs. We have a request for increased settlement program funds. This program has been fantastic in terms of the turnaround of civil cases that come to the Supreme Court. What it is the settlement program gets all civil cases funneled to it for at least an initial look and then assigned to a settlement judge who is contracted to get the parties together to see if they can settle before it comes to, in front of the court. This request will help us to increase the services in that regard. We also have a request for contract IT staff to maintain legacy systems. As has been stated several times, we are modernizing. We're working on a lot of big systems right now. When those go live, or as we work on getting those live, we still need help in maintaining the legacy systems until those all get online. Once that happens, the contract staff would no longer be needed. That's why we're asking for contractors and not FTE. There are a number of travel and training requests, namely the Supreme Court Central Legal staff to better coordinate between North and South. The Court of Appeals has asked for more travel funds. Prior to the pandemic, they had a funding level, and unfortunately, after the pandemic, that did not materialize back to fruition in the budget. We are trying to restore that to get them back to a more reasonable level for their needs. We have a IT group is asking for more travel funding as well. As has been mentioned, those big projects we're working on requires them to be around the state more to help with the trial courts and to better coordinate between North and South as well. And finally, our people operations unit, same thing, as we have more staff in Las Vegas now with the opening of the Court of Appeals in 2015. It has become, we've become aware that we need more of a presence down south with the people operations unit to support their needs as well. We have a small request for increased court interpreter funds. This program certifies court interpreters, and these funds will allow for initial training and preparation for these prospective court interpreters to prepare for those tests, which are very difficult to pass. Prepare them so that they might have more success in taking those tests. And then finally, there's a $0 enhancement to transfer the guardianship program from the Supreme Court's budget to the AOC's budget account. Additionally, you'll see in our budget inflationary adjustments. The M110 you see here for travel and training, that is separate from the enhancements I talked about before. These inflationary adjustments are really just to maintain the services that we currently provide. As you are aware, everything is getting more expensive and has gotten more expensive. Without these inflationary adjustments, and we looked all over our budget to see where are the areas that we really need to make sure we have additional inflationary adjustments. We pared that down to these 6. We feel that these are where we have seen the increases, and we need to get more funding again, just to maintain what we have been doing in the past. So just be aware that M110 is separate from the enhancement for the travel and training you saw on the previous slide. And then finally, we have our one-shot requests. The first 2 you see there for the statewide CMS or case management system and the statewide e-file systems. These are projects that we have received funding from the Governor's Finance Office for through the American Rescue Plan Act. We are well underway in these projects. Through the course of time, we did request additional ARPA funding from the GFO, and unfortunately that was not approved. We did mention last time that there would be requests this biennium to finish these projects off. So what you see here is enough to get us through the next biennium after the ARPA money will run out and expire on December 31st of 2026. The next one is the Supreme Court case management system, which is separate from the statewide case management system. This one, we started with an appropriation last biennium. That project is also well underway, and this one shot will allow us to finish that off and again license it into the next biennium. The Supreme Court courtrooms audiovisual upgrade. Currently, the systems that we have in each courtroom are not the same. They don't talk very well with each other. This request will not only modernize the system and allow us to implement hardware that is more easily maintained at less cost, because the equipment we currently have is very costly to maintain at this point. It will also allow them to communicate and be managed by less IT staff than currently have to be there for all the various hearings that we have in those courtrooms. The next is a McGuigas upgrade. The multi-county interjurisdictional information system is a computer system that takes information from the courts and transmits it to justice partners like the Department of Public Safety, the Highway Patrol, the DMV, and vice versa, to report things like warrants, dispositions, arrests, those types of things, so that all the information is available for anyone who needs it. This system, however, you may recall that we have requested multiple upgrades to this system pretty much every biennium. I've been with the court 7 years, and every biennium that I've built a budget, we've had individual requests to upgrade the system for a new type of warrant that we have to issue, or a new type of TPO, et cetera. This particular request, we are looking to make the system what's called evergreen, where we'll be able to upgrade that on our own without needing additional appropriations going forward. So we're hopeful that this one shot will allow us to not keep coming back for all those one-offs. And then finally, the last one shot there for replacement equipment. I think you'll see one shots for the executive branch as well. We were approached by the Governor's Finance Office to see if we were willing to pull our replacement equipment out of our regular operating budget as a normal enhancement and make it a one-shot. We had no problem with that, and so there are 6 rather than the 5 that we had originally contemplated. So that is a high-level overview of the judicial branch budget. We do appreciate everything you did for us in the last biennium. We look forward to working with you going forward, and we are here for any additional questions you may have.
Thank you very, very much for that short presentation with a lot of information. We'll go to Assembly Member Backus, please.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for that nice overview of a presentation. My just question was actually on the last slide, on slide 11, with respect to some of the software or upgrades that were not fully covered by ARPA. I believe it was the Supreme Court CMS, and then also looking for one-shots for the statewide e-file. With respect to that, my question is, you kind of noted there's going to be licensing fees going forward in the next bienniums. With that, are we going to be able to cover those fees maybe through user fees associated with e-filing? Or I'm just kind of looking at what our financial obligation is going to be going forward.
Catherine Stocks for the record. On this, part of the ARPA funding for these projects was for us to make it at no cost to the user. That was part of the caveat for the improvement of the delivery of state government services. In this instance, our current court view has a minimal fee that we charge to the courts on the existing case management system that's AOC supported. In the future, when it is live, that is one of the conversations we've had about what those maintenance costs will be. We will charge a minimal amount to the courts. We do not intend to fund it fully on the backs of the courts because that would be against part of our request for this funding. We do not intend to require users to pay fees on that end.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions? Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chief Justice and the court. That was a great presentation and very informative, and appreciate your efficiency this morning. So I want to ask a couple of questions because I know in your presentation and then in some of the information that we have, there are built in those salary increases. Those are merit increases for staff. Can you just highlight that a bit so that we can understand what that is? Because obviously I think as we did last session when we were talking about COLAs and how we're going to try to not only do what we have done for the judicial branch, but also for executive agencies across the state. I think when we're looking at that, we want to make sure that we're sort of uplifting everyone so that we can have the results that you all have talked about today, where you've been able to recruit and retain folks. And so I think that's important, but I want to hear a little bit more about just what that entails.
Emily Coleman, for the record, thank you for the question. You were correct in stating we, again, are so appreciative of the COLA increases that came out of last legislative session. I think it made huge strides across the board to those vacancy rates, to the retention, and to show the good work that government employees are doing. What we're asking for here is that restoration of merit salary increases. Those are something that historically have taken place. The merit salary increases continue to be applied to those executive branch employees. It's that roughly 5%. We function on a pay-for-performance scale as well with that. And what we want to ensure is that, again, when those yearly evaluations are happening, the employees continue to receive that benefit, obviously up to the max salary for those positions.
How long, because you mentioned that there were merit increases that have been frozen, how long have those merit increases been frozen?
Emily Coleman, for the record, thank you. We held those merit salary increases in fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25.
Okay. And then I know this, so I sort of have two questions unrelated. The first is, we've been talking with a lot of folks in the face of some of these budget concerns, or we've sort of received a budget. I know you all operate independently as an independent branch of government where you submit your budget and it's not sort of put together the same way by GFO or governor's office, but obviously there are conversations that happen between the two. And I think you highlighted one for some of the equipment pieces that was asked to be a one-shot as opposed to within the budget. have you all, as we're sort of reviewing this budget, which we've been talking a lot about, it having a significant structural deficit, have you all been asked by GFO or the governor's office for anything that they might be asking you to take out of that budget?
Todd Myler for the record. Thank you, through you, Chair, to the Senator. The short answer is we have had informal discussions over the phone. And no official request has come via email or letter. But we did have a very brief conversation over the phone and highlighted some things that we have already done in our budget but anyway, so very informal, nothing concrete.
I appreciate that. And Madam Chair, if I may ask just one more. Thank you. And so I know this is also probably still fresh, and I think we're all sort of digesting some of the things that we've seen in the last less than 24 hours from the federal government, and maybe this won't apply to you, and you may not have an answer today. But obviously there are federal funds that are contemplated as part of your funding sources, as with many state agencies and as with a significant portion of the state budget. Are you all looking into what portions of that may affect some of the very critical services that you're providing here in the state? Because obviously, when we're looking at trying to put together a state budget that is highly reliant on federal funding, the idea that some of that may no longer be available will affect a lot of these conversations, and I know you all are providing critical services to Nevadans, and so I know it's been a short period of time, so you may not have an answer, but that is obviously something that I think this committee will be concerned about as we move forward, because it sort of exacerbates where we are in looking at a budget that has other issues, if some of that federal funding is available, and how you might either continue to provide those services or what you might be cutting.
Catherine Stocks for the record. We actually have our meeting related to this afternoon after the budget hearing. We are aware, since we are a decentralized judiciary, we have the federal grants that are within the AOC and the Supreme Court's direct control, and then we also have our trial courts that will be impacted because we have many of our specialty courts are federally funded. So we're going to do our work from the statewide view, and then also be reaching out to our trial courts so we can see how it's going to impact their local funding as well. Biggest piece is our CIP, our Child Improvement or Court Improvement Program that focuses on child welfare, and we also then have our guardianship portal that Mr. Myler had noted. That project is well on its way to being done, but that is a federal grant that got it started. So that's next, and if we need that with information for our full budget hearing, we are already anticipating providing you those breakdowns.
Great, thank you so much. I appreciate it, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And next we'll go to Chair Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just along that line, if I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, but as I look back on what we did last session, we budgeted all the positions in your division at step 10. And by doing that, which meant all the classified staff were fully funded and topped out. After 2023, and we all went home, were those staff members reclassified by you, and are those staff members the one you're saying now need a merit pay increase?
Catherine Stocks for the record. So we were appropriated at the 2021 budget level as that base, and then it was moved to the step 10 for the 2021 amount, and we actually provided all of the changes that we made to our personnel into our IFC reports. So we had itemized by every single position what we did to move employees into our classification and compensation schedule. The biggest thing that we had was our lowest paid employees were brought to a living wage. and that is where the most impact from that new class and comp schedule came from. We're happy to provide the committee additional copies of those IFC reports that itemize each position and what we did over the biennium.
We do have those reports, but we funded as a legislative body in the 2023 legislative session, all of those employees at a step 10, which meant that they were fully funded positions. And those are the positions that you are now saying need a merit pay increase.
Thank you for the clarification, Chair. In that 2021 fully funded, that was at the former classification of each of those employees. With the judicial branch's classification and compensation schedule, those employees were regraded, and we are happy to have conversations about how those regrades happen. But yes, that is it. We then did regrade our positions. We had some that were up to 4 steps below, where other positions across the state were graded. So for instance, our auditors were steps below other auditors. So we did bring those up. So yes, that is correct. We are now asking for merit to be restored after instituting our new classification and compensation schedule.
So thank you. So yes, that information about that regrading for all of those positions, I'd like for you to get that information to our fiscal staff, because we know what we funded in 2023. And if you did a regrading or reclassification, we would need to know that before we make any considerations for the 25-27 budget.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Neal, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted some clarification on the cloud system you had put up, and I wasn't clear on whether or not that was a one-time expense, an ongoing expense. You had I think it was $245,000, and then it was like, I don't know where that slide is, because what you handed was like baby font, so there we go. So the total budget, and then you had talked about what was the existing, you said the current SilverNet expense is $847,000. So is this every year, and then the E302 is an add-on to complete? Or is that now going to be, what, $1 million a year for a cloud system? I don't understand this slide.
Okay, thank you for the question. Todd Myler for the record. So the net is $245,000. As part of this request, you'll see a decision unit E302 within the Supreme Court's budget to reduce the SilverNet expense of $847,000. Okay, you'll also see another E302 unit within the AOC's budget account for the entire package, which includes the 847 plus the 245. So it is, over the course of the biennium, it is over $1 million, about 500,000 plus per year that will cost us to be separate, most of which we already pay for in SilverNet. Was that responsive?
Yes, it was. Thank you. And then, Madam Chair, can I have one more question, but it's on a different topic?
Please.
So I wanted to go back to the judicial training conversation, because it went back to the Great Recession. So, and it just triggered a thought about the ongoing costs that are associated. Because when I saw that is it judicial council? So what does the judicial college do?
Thank you for the question, Catherine Stocks, for the record. The Judicial College is dedicated to the training of judges throughout the country. They are a national entity. We send our district court judges, our limited jurisdiction judges to the Judicial College for training in specific areas. They provide new judge training. However, they do not provide Nevada-specific training, since they are focused nationally or even to international judge education on occasion.
Thank you for that. I was talking about the one that's housed at UNR.
Yes, that is the National Judicial
Okay.
College, yes.
So, because we give state money $215,000 a year, and so you don't benefit from that state allocation at all?
Our judges benefit from the allocation, and it is statutorily required that we send our new judges to the 2-week General Jurisdiction Academy or the Limited Jurisdiction Judge Academy. The NCJFCJ, which, if I have to, National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges, that education is also mandatory for our new judges, and they go to that. It's in April of this year. That's for new family court judges as well. That is all funded by the legislature.
Okay, that's why I was trying to get clarification there, because when you go back to the Great Recession, right, you go back all the way to what, 2010, 2011, then I'm like trying to process like where these gaps are in education and the funding response to what you say is I believe you said a 15-year gap in education. And so thank you for the comments, because I really didn't get that and didn't understand the application of the existing dollars that are spent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Assemblymember O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to review or ask for a little more information on your travel/training budgets. Between your E303, 306, 309, 311, you're asking for just short of $200,000. And then you've got an inflation need for the same your M110 of $284. You're approaching $500,000. We've got state agencies that don't even have that much for their entire travel budget. Could you go into a little more detail for me on the need for that, please?
Thank you for the question. Todd Myler for the record. As we began our budgeting process, we really wanted to look at the entire court as a whole. Is what are your real needs? And the travel that has been done in the past, particularly in the supervisory realm, has not occurred very well between North and South. There are many units that we have within the Supreme Court where people in the South don't see a supervisor sometimes forever. So some of this is supervisory in nature, where IT needs to have a face with their staff on occasion. The other part is additional support for these new systems that we're implementing across the state. So as we modernize and as we try and increase access to justice across the state in the trial courts, IT has a real need to be in front of those courts to help them understand the system, get used to the system, learn tips and tricks and things about how to make it work best for Nevadans. So there's part of that. So that's the E units, or additional travel to have more of a presence across the state that we currently don't have. The M units, the M110 on the next slide, is so that we can just maintain as we have been doing in the past. So again, that lack of that enough supervisory travel, we'll continue to have that if we don't get the E unit, but we need both simply because travel is getting more expensive.
May I follow up, Chair?
Certainly.
How many people are in your IT section?
Catherine Stocks for the record, 54.
And they, in supervisory, is 10% of that? So 5?
Yes.
5 people, and they need $178,000 to get down to Las Vegas.
Catherine Stocks for the record. This is actually travel. We can't just have supervisors going. So that is one part of it, but it's also the implementation of the case management system in e-file that we have asked for the one-shots to complete those projects. Currently, we have 34 trial courts that we directly serve. We don't get to go out to those courts necessarily to support them. Those courts rarely have their own IT. So we're deploying new systems to improve access to justice, and we're asking for the funds to be able to send our employees out to help train the clerk's offices, to help train the judges, to check on the systems and make sure they're working. When we deploy our kiosks for self-represented litigants to be able to e-file and do that, we need to be able to send our employees out to deploy those kiosks. It's the logistics related to deploying such significant changes.
Very good. Maybe we'll talk a little more offline, but thank you for the time, and thank you for the answers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to Senator Nguyen.
Sorry, I was a little distracted there. When you were talking about, I know that you were talking about doing this training program for like essentially a localized like Nevada training, and it's my understanding you did this first like training this year. Is that correct?
Catherine Stocks for the record. Yes, we have already started working. We just deployed what's called Supreme Court Rule 44, which is safe harbor, about the difference between legal information and legal advice. And that was done with our team under Ms. Kuhlman, who have brought in innovative tools for us to be able to deliver education faster and more efficiently, and with animations so that adults pay attention a little bit longer than just a lecture. This has been done, and we will be able to continue to do that type of item. The request is for us to be able to bring people together and do these more comprehensive, longer education units for non-judicial employees.
I guess I was talking about the judicial training for judges. I know for those of the people that are on the committee that might not be lawyers, how many judges do we have sitting on the bench today that are non-lawyers that need like some additional training and mentoring to be able to do the job of being a judge? And will some of these funds be utilized in that area?
Douglas Herndon, for the record. Yes. And if I could expand on it a little bit, I couldn't tell you with specificity the number of non-lawyers, but you are correct. And then in a lot of our smaller jurisdictions, based on population size, we have non-lawyers serving as justices of the peace. So for instance, in December, after the November elections, we gathered all of the newly elected limited jurisdiction judges, municipal court, and justices of the peace, both lawyers and non-lawyers, in Las Vegas for a training program as they were getting ready to get started with their new responsibilities around the state. In a bigger district court example, I think everybody would agree that issues with water are very critically important in the state of Nevada. So we previously, in the last year, created a water court, for lack of a better term, after having an ADKT that created that commission, where we've tried to certify at least one judge in every district to be capable of handling water law cases. We've actually put together a lot of trainings for all those judges to be certified. That impacts both what we're talking about in travel costs as well as in training costs that were brought up by some of the members. It is very difficult to do those kinds of things remote. You want to bring people together and figure out whether a judge from Elko and a judge from Clark County can communicate about things and find common ground to create consistency as to how those judges are dealing with those issues, so that the litigants, the parties, the citizens, and everybody can kind of get an understanding about how we're going to attack water law issues and do so in a way that is congruent with each other across the state. So we bring people together for those types of training programs. That was part of our effort to create the training center that's being built right now, to find a place to bring people in to do those things. We are working as much as we can to try and do things remotely as well, but there are still a number of things that just require people to get together in person and solve issues.
A follow-up. Yes. So just to be clear, like you're statutorily required the judges to go to the National Judicial College in statute, and then this is a supplemental like program so people can actually do the job and work together.
Yes, what you said. So, as Ms. Stocks was alluding to earlier, the National Judicial College, I think sometimes gets confused with the idea of a Nevada Judicial College. It serves, when I was first elected or appointed as a district court judge, I went for 2 weeks with judges across the country. It just happens to be here, even though all judges need to go to it. Some states have their own, but most send their judges to Nevada for that. You do that for a couple of weeks, and they offer ongoing educational issues, but the Supreme Court also offers issues to Nevada judges specific to Nevada issues to try and collectively get the judges on the same page, for lack of a better term, in terms of how they're handling the issues that appear in front of our various courts.
And then I just want to clarify, there was a slide with a pretty significant number for specialty court conference. That's actually a conference that we hold here in our state for our judges. It's not sending people out to some lavish conference out of state. Isn't that correct?
Catherine Stocks, Director. Correct. That is actually not just our judges, it's the actual teams of those specialty courts. So we are inviting the wraparound service providers, the administrators, the judges, law enforcement, and so it was actually, this last one we held was the largest we've had yet. There's real interest in bringing these groups together to talk about what successes and challenges their various specialty courts are having. But it is only Nevada.
Thank you. That's all, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any additional questions on this subject? Okay. Speaker Yeager, are you looking to raise your hand, or are you just? No, Chair, I'm just happy to be here. Okay. You know, we're happy when you're happy. We're happy to be here. So it's always good to see the Supreme Court. So thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation. We appreciate your time today.
Thank you to everybody again for your time today. We appreciate having the opportunity to be here.
Thank you very much. All right. So next on our agenda, item number 4, Department of Motor Vehicles. And here to present is Tonya Laney, Director of the Department. Director Laney and team, please come up and get yourself organized, and when you're ready, you may begin. Good morning, Mr. Sievers. It's always a pleasure to see you in person because it's usually by email. Thank you very much. Please go ahead and introduce yourselves, and go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, committee members. For the record, Angela Smith, Deputy Director, Department of Motor Vehicles. Joining me today at the table is Sean Sever, which you all know. He's our legislative liaison. And then to my left, Bethany Musselman is our administrator over fiscal operations with the department. I'd first like to start off by sending regards from our Director Laney. Due to unforeseen circumstances, she's unable to attend the meeting in person, but I'm sure she's listening in. But she sends the committee her warmest regards and apologizes for not being able to be here today. We also have several members of our team in the audience in both Carson City and Las Vegas. And without further ado, DMV operates and exists under the authority of NRS 481. DMV remains focused on its vision and mission to move most services online while maintaining an emphasis on premier customer service in a secure environment. The DMV is comprised of 7 divisions supported by the Director's Office. We have 1,292 authorized positions and 18 field offices statewide, 2 of which are primarily focused on commercial services. DMV continues to partner with county assessors and AAAs for vehicle registration transactions. In addition, there are more than 50 kiosk partner locations statewide that are not shown on the slide but can be found on our website. The department completes roughly 8 million transactions annually. Appointments are required in DMV metro offices for most services. We have also rolled out hybrid walk-ins and appointments in most of our rural locations. DMV's strategic goals are identified in this slide and help to direct our decisions over the next several fiscal years. The DMV's transformation effort will help us to achieve many of the goals, and we will discuss that later in the presentation. This slide displays the DMV's executive leadership team, who are a dedicated team of experienced professionals that hold steadfast to promoting DMV's mission to better serve and improve operations for DMV staff and our fellow Nevadans alike. DMV is primarily funded with highway funds, fees, cost allocations, and commissions from fees collected by the department. While DMV receives the general funds for automatic voter registration program, it's a very small amount of our funding. Per NRS, DMV is subject to a cap on the amount of highway fund appropriations it can receive for operations. The cap has been 22% in the past, but has been and is currently set at 27% to account for our transformation effort. The cap is set to return to 22% in FY26. With the continuation of our project efforts, we anticipate needing to continue the extension of the cap. In fiscal year 24, DMV collected approximately $1.8 billion. The $1.8 billion collected by the department annually is divvied up as reflected in this slide, with a significant portion of the funds collected going to the counties, school district, and highway fund. DMV receives a portion of the fees for operational expenses at just around 6%. While DMV experienced a dip in revenues during the pandemic, we have seen continued growth over the last 4 fiscal years, with an increase of revenue collections of 4.5% over FY23. Based on current trends, DMV is projecting overall revenue growth of 2.89% over the next biennium. DMV will continue to refine its revenue projections, or Blue Book, and update projections based on current trends in approximately March or April of this year. These charts illustrate DMV's funding sources for our operations. As previously identified, 46.58% of DMV's funding comes from highway funds, but more than half of DMV's funding, at 53.39%, comes from our other revenue sources, such as fees and commissions. The DMV's priorities for the next biennium can be organized into 4 major categories, which include continuation of our modernization efforts, ensuring operations continue to run smoothly, addressing growing resource challenges and/or operational issues, and reorganization to align staffing with modernization efforts. The DMV's top priority remains the transformation effort, with a heavy focus to move most DMV services online. DMV recognized the need to increase the processing efficiency of customer transactions to meet the demands resulting from increased population and a demand for improved services. This multi-year complete transformation pertains to DMV work process and systems currently utilized to handle department transactions. This program intends to modernize legacy systems, thereby improving the efficiency and effectiveness of DMV operations, enhance customer service, and increase the department's online presence, making it easier for customers to conduct business with DMV. This does not mean our fellow Nevadans will not be allowed to come to brick-and-mortar offices. It just will offer more choice and convenience for services we provide and assist with the growing demand on our resources. DMV has published its DTE roadmap on our website of all core DMV services and products that we are working towards transforming. Our primary focus for the next biennium is to continue to develop and improve vehicle programs and services, completing core vehicle products by the end of the biennium, and begin designing for credentials. DMV has been working closely with our vendor partners to shore up our transition plan to hand off these services we've already developed. We have also been working closely with DETR to access training, additional training to upskill our technical staff on the software and programs of our future state environment. These efforts will allow us to begin to ramp down our reliance on contracted vendor resources and enter the next phase of our project, resulting in reduced contractual expenses after the next biennium. We plan to continue to use an agile methodology which allows us to roll out functions and features along the way so the public can continue to receive the benefits of our efforts. We have already had tremendous success, and the public has benefited from the rollout of services that were previously major pain points, such as the ability for customers to submit online complaints regarding violations in vehicle sales, concerns with mechanic garages, emission stations, driving schools, and report identity theft. We have modernized our appointment system, allowing for ease of use, with reminder notifications with the ability to cancel appointments, freeing up more appointments for other Nevadans. The ability for Nevadans to submit documents electronically for out-of-state and first-time registrations. We've made improvements for commercial businesses to process titles through partnerships. We have rolled out a pilot program to allow electronic submission of titles for individuals. And we have modernized our contact center, allowing better management of communication channels and more efficient service for customers' chat, telephone, and email inquiries. We will soon be converting some old manual invoice processes for businesses to electronic billing. As a result of these new services, we have saved many Nevadans from having to make unnecessary or repeat trips to DMV, freeing up capacity in our offices for those that need to be in our office, and giving Nevadans some of their precious time back. In Budget Account 4715, we are requesting funding to support our lift of our network and mainframe environment to the cloud in alignment with our specified goals. The legacy environment system is at end of life. Only a portion of our CAR system or legacy system functionality will be replaced through DTE, leaving a good portion of that environment that still needs to be ported into the cloud due to data integration and security needs. Simultaneously and in parallel to our transformation efforts, we must ensure continuity of operations. As has been stated, we ventured down the path of transformation for many reasons with a heavy focus on meeting customer demands, but a central concern was the aging technology we currently use to provide essential DMV services. Excuse me. A lift to the cloud will serve multifaceted purposes. It allows us to align with the Office of the OCIO to move away from continuing to support the aging technology and have a more stable environment. And it will allow us to meet ongoing needs more efficiently, ultimately freeing up resources and refocusing those resources on the desired future state environment. In Budget Account 4715, we are also asking to establish a deputy administrator position in an unclassified service over our Move It functional teams that will break down the organizational silos and move us into a more DevOps culture. The administrator doesn't have the bandwidth right now to address all business needs of the division in addition to the competing projects of our technical ecosystem. A deputy administrator over all functional areas will help us to foster better collaboration, communication, and meet tight deadlines. This position will provide critical support over the legacy mainframe environment and work on optimization efforts as we ensure upskilling of personnel to support the new technical environments. In Budget Account 4744, we are requesting a Chief Data Officer. The DMV collects, distributes, and houses information about almost every Nevada citizen. Rather than looking at data as an afterthought or byproduct of our transactions the DMV conducts, the DMV needs to be proactive in determining what data it collects, why it collects the data, who has access to the data, how it stores, secures, and retrieves the data, and how data can be used to inform strategic business decisions. Standards for data management and data quality need to be established to ensure data is secured, timely, available, complete, and accurate. The role of a Chief Data Officer will be to guide the DMV's data strategy, implementation, operations, and work collaboratively across the DMV with the internal and external stakeholders to ensure the DMV's business operations and strategic direction are data-driven. We are also requesting the continuation of a language access plan position in accordance with NRS 232. Due to the passage of Senate Bill 318 during the 81st legislative session, DMV obtained funding at IFC to cover position and translation-related expenses with the funding set aside pursuant to the bill, but the funding is only available through FY25. DMV anticipates the need to retain this as a permanent FTE to continue efforts in the creation and maintenance of the language access plan and strategy. identify ongoing needs, provide support to all DMV offices and partner entities, and oversee and develop all reporting requirements and provide training content and regular refresher training. Excuse me. For budget account 4744, we're also requesting the transfer of an existing IT Pro 2 from budget account 4716. This position oversees overall network security posture and has been reporting to several members of the DMV executive leadership team. While collaborations with our project efforts and IT division is critical and will continue, we believe it's more appropriate for this position to report to the director's office. In addition, we continue to grow our IT footprint, software inventory, and cloud presence. We believe this position becomes more critical. This position will need to collaborate with the requested chief data officer to ensure that security initiatives are aligned with data governance. In budget account 4717, our motor carrier division is a member of the International Fuel Tax Agreement involved with the reallocation of fuel taxes received by jurisdictions and owed to other jurisdictions based on road miles traveled by licensees. As a member, we are mandated to perform audits on 3% of accounts registered in Nevada each year. The number of licensed IFTA carriers in Nevada has consistently increased, most recently by 2.4% from 2023 to 2024. We have seen the largest increase in carriers from California that have transitioned to Nevada due to California law changes impacting businesses. An additional auditor position will help maintain compliance in the number of audits we perform. In budget account 4735, we're requesting the reclass of our CDL program officer positions to a level that aligns with the skill level and knowledge needed. Over the years, the CDL third-party program, a program in partnership with independent authorized persons to administer CDL skills tests, has grown to encompass several expanded federal motor carrier safety administration programs to include commercial learner permits and new enhanced CDL test versions, adding complexity far beyond the specification of Program Officer 1. Most recently, the introduction of entry-level driver training by FMCSA adds more requirements that must be evaluated. Essentially, the program officers are responsible for understanding new requirements, becoming experts so they can train third-party schools, and then they must conduct audits to ensure these entities have implemented all criteria into the CDL training programs. And on this slide, we did have E302, but that did not make it into GovRec, so please disregard that one. For budget account 4740, we're requesting the addition of 2 compliance enforcement investigators, and these are needed to address the drastic and increased criminal activity surrounding vehicle dealer fraud, stolen and fraudulent titled vehicles, parts and odometer fraud, and wrecker and scrap fraud. CED recovers more stolen vehicles than any agency in Nevada besides Las Vegas Metro PD, and ranks number 6 in Southern Nevada on the number of citations issued to registration evaders, suspended drivers, lack of insurance, and mission violators. CED officers recover stolen vehicles at DMV VIN inspection stations through field investigation, task force participation, and through patrol activities. An addition of the CED officer will also allow for a rotation of officers to provide additional security support of our hearings office and other DMV locations. In 4745, we're requesting an additional management analyst to oversee our contract unit. DMV holds approximately 130 contracts and agreements, 10 property leases, and approximately 7 equipment leases. All are overseen and maintained by one program officer. The level of complexity in the department's contracts has increased due to good of the state contracts, agreements, and joiners, and they are responsible for conducting RFPs. One position is not sufficient for managing all contracts, leases, and solicitations. In addition, more complex contracts require a knowledge and skill set more aligned with that of a management analyst. Having a management analyst 3 in this role aligns more closely with the structure of other state agencies. As mentioned, our transformation efforts are a top priority, but the focus of these efforts is not just about modernizing technology, but also making significant business improvements. A reorganization allows us to align our customer-facing divisions through the same chain of command while maintaining program autonomy. Other benefits of a reorganization allow us to meet demands of our new technology challenges, to guarantee strategic approaches to business processes, and align specific common activities into the organizations responsible for those activities. As we replace our technology with more customer-facing solutions, we must adapt the organization to support the business operations. Now I'm going to hand the presentation over to Bethany Musselman to provide an overview of the DMV reorganization proposal.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Bethany Musselman. This slide, where'd it go? The slide that was up is a look at our current high-level structure. We have the director and the deputy director overseeing administrators and other various positions. With the realignment, as stated, we are moving to a customer-facing division breakup of the divisions. As part of the reorganization effort, we are grouping customer-facing areas together with a lead administrator and 3 deputy administrators, while they maintain focus on specific programs. The lead customer services administrator and all back office areas will report to the deputy director. The director will continue to directly supervise the deputy director, human resources, hearings, and information security. The internal audit team will be moved out of the administrative services division and will instead report to the director. Some high-level points in the reorganization. Our largest change is a consolidation of the Central Services Division and the Field Services Division to create a Customer Services Division. This will allow DMV to provide uniform service to customers, whether they complete their transactions in office, online, or through other means. The Fleet Registration Unit has been moved into the Motor Carrier Division so that fleet registrations for all vehicle types will be handled by the same division. Oversight of the Records Unit is being moved to the Director's Office to work in conjunction with the Public Information Officers and receive governance oversight from the requested Data Officer. The Revenue Team, currently based in the Motor Carrier Division, is being moved into the Administrative Services Division to work alongside the department's Revenue Recovery Team. This will allow debt collection teams to be consolidated and working in the same manner for all customers. In addition to this, the mailroom staff currently based in the Central Services Division will be moved to the Administrative Services Division, joining the mailroom staff already based in ASD. Various smaller transfers and realignments are also included in the reorganization effort, in line with the intent to streamline processes, provide efficiencies, and provide more appropriate oversight. I want to touch on some CIP updates and requests for the upcoming biennium. Construction of the new facility, the Silverado Ranch facility, began in July. Concrete pads have been poured and wall framing is underway, as you can see in the picture. Roof trusses are projected to be set in mid-February. While dates have not yet been determined, DMV plans to move into the facility in late FY26 or early FY27. We are also working with leasing services to find an area in Henderson for a small number of staff to remain stationed so that services can continue to be provided to the Henderson residents. The CIP requests submitted this biennium are intended to update existing facilities and equipment. The highest priority and largest CIP request this biennium is a renovation of the back office area within the Carson City office. The current space is insufficiently set up to accommodate our fully staffed back office teams. We are currently repurposing closet space as office space and have workspaces set up around existing fixtures in the office. Renovating the area will allow for proper and sufficient workspaces to be established while also allowing for efficient grouping of teams within those workspaces. Other requests include lighting updates, security camera updates, and other facility renovations. And that is it for me. I'm going to hand it off to Sean.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. It's good seeing you again, and I look forward to working with you this session. I get the exciting part of the presentation. The next slide is your bills from last session. So our 2023 bill implementation. First of all, I'd like to really thank everybody for working with us last session on your bill implementation dates. Putting the language in the bills that says the DMV has flexibility and we can determine when the proper resources in place really helped us out, kept our department transformation on track. And we, once again, this session will be working out of 2 IT systems. So the really good news is that the DMV has now implemented all of the DMV-related bills from last session, except for, I'm going to say 1.5. So AB 161, which required us to put a medical indicator on the driver's license. We have done that portion of the bill. We still have to do the second part, which is to include that to the registration. The other bill is AB 203, which is personalized veteran license plates. That is going to go into effect in March. So with those 2 bills, we'll be complete from last session in implementing all of our bills. This session's bill is 2025. The first one is SB 22. That is for our motor carrier division. And as you heard before, they are, motor carrier division. Yeah, so they would amend NRS 360 to make fuel tax payment penalties a flat 10% of the money owed for failure to provide timely and file their monthly fuel taxes. Right now, the statute says up to 10%. So we also plan to submit an amendment that would clarify that fuel tax payments and monthly tax returns are due at the end of the month. Right now, the statute says monthly, which makes it a little bit unclear for people. So both of these changes would make things clearer for the DMV and for our customers, a flat 10% and then due at the end of the month. SB 80 is our other bill. It's from our Compliance Enforcement Division. And as you heard before, they are quickly becoming one of the lead agencies in Nevada in recovering stolen vehicles. So this bill would basically give them some of the same powers law enforcement has, which includes GPS tracking and other technology using other technology during stolen vehicle investigations, allows them to inspect and recover stolen vehicles from unlicensed garages and businesses. It establishes progressive penalties for DMV licensees, and then prohibits tampering with or removing or possessing devices to bypass motor vehicle emission devices. And then our next bill is AB 20. It's a DMV housekeeping bill. That covers 2 things. First of all, would amend NRS 485 to give the DMV mailing flexibility to use electronic notifications for insurance verification. And number 2, would revise provisions passed in SB 66 of the 2023 legislative session to clarify that the DMV can continue to print medical condition codes on the back of driver's licenses, along with the new medical symbol, as I mentioned, on the front. And then we also have a budget BDR. That's increasing our emission certificate fees. This hasn't appeared on the BDR list yet, but it would increase the fee for diesel and gasoline emission certificates from $6 to $7, which is needed due to increased expenditures in the pollution control budget and a gradual decrease of gasoline and diesel-fueled vehicles on the road. In addition, AB 349 of the 81st session increased the time period when new vehicles are not required to have smog checks, which also decreased the growth of this revenue source. So basically, the fees that we're taking now are just covering the DMV expenses, and this increase would help cover the portions that agencies get as a part of this fee. All right, our new website and branding is an exciting thing at the DMV. We have spent a tremendous amount of time in the last 2 years building a new website, editing the copy on the website to make it easier to understand for our customers, and then organizing our major categories of doing business into different sections so people can find things easier on the website. And believe it or not, the answers to most DMV questions can be found on the DMV website. It is just getting them to the right place. So we plan on launching this exciting initiative in mid-February. To go along with that, the website will also feature our new brand, which is DMV Wherever. You have probably seen this already on billboards throughout the state and social media. It features outdoor scenes of Nevada, and with a person completing their DMV transaction on their mobile device, at a campsite, at a beach, at Lake Tahoe, or hiking the mountains in Red Rock. The idea is to show some of the most beautiful areas of the state while asking people if they'd rather be doing this in a fun place or standing in line waiting at the DMV. This can, of course, be accomplished in the same way from someone's living room. And that concludes our presentation. I thank you for your time today, and now we can answer any of your questions.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being here and all this information. We do have some questions. I believe, Senator Neal, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I mean, we're not really here to get into your BDRs, but you brought it up. Like, I really need to understand what you meant by this tracking system and placing on cars. Break that down for me, because it just sent me into an alarmist thought pattern.
Sure, Sean Sever from the DMV. In real basic terms, and I can get with you later on this, but it allows our CED division to do the same things law enforcement does. So right now, the way the statutes are written, they might be pursuing a stolen vehicle. They have to stop outside of a garage and then call law enforcement, and then they have to take the investigation from there. So it just basically gives them the same powers as law enforcement has, if that makes sense.
I am so not on this committee. So you want the legislature in some format to delegate policing powers or this enforcement powers so you can work with the police to take cars who may have not paid, or, I mean, because I heard a couple of things, right? So it could be stolen. Is this like a mechanism, like if they haven't paid some kind of fee to the DMV? I don't.
For the record, Angela Smith, we do have our Chief Law Enforcement Administrator, J.D. Decker, down in the south at the table. Looks like he's ready to speak.
Please go ahead when you're
Good morning,
ready.
committee. Good morning, Madam Chair and the committee members. I'm J.D. Decker with DMV's Compliance Enforcement Division. The bill restores law enforcement powers to DMV's existing law enforcement division that were not carried over during the 2001 separation from the Department of Public Safety, when it used to be Department of Public Safety and Motor Vehicles. The GPS tracking provision that Senator Neal is referencing is a standard GPS tracking law enforcement tool that requires a warrant from a court that is used by all law enforcement agencies in Nevada. It is used and was used by DMV's compliance enforcement, but the formal authority to apply for and obtain a warrant wasn't transferred when the DPS separation occurred in 2001. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, yes, it does. 2001 was a very different time in this legislature. It might have, wow. Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. I'm definitely going to be following this bill. I mean, clearly, I'm not in that committee, but it's real important to understand the legislative reason on why it wasn't transferred, and that may not be a good use of power or reissuing that power again, right? 2001, we already considered DMV slightly mafia, so no, but okay, I'm gonna move on because I'm still in shock. Thanks.
You know, I have to tell you, I am sorry you are the people that everybody in the world loves to hate. I think you all work hard, and I think you all probably get tired of everybody yelling at you. So thank you for being here, and we will go to Assemblyman Hafen. Did you have a question? I'm sorry.
Yes, Madam Chair. And if I could, I'd like to make a statement beforehand and actually thank you guys for being so wonderful, especially the staff in Pahrump. I know you guys worked really hard to staff that office up after last legislative session. You guys did an excellent job. Very appreciative of it. And also when the fire took place at the Pahrump DMV, you guys were awesome to work with, expedited that process. So I just wanted to put on the record, thank you guys for all of that. And then I'll get into my question, which goes to slide 19 regarding the Silverado Ranch DMV. Is that still scheduled to be a CDL DMV?
For the record, Angela Smith, through Chair Don Daraloop, to Haven's question, yes, it's two separate facilities on that location. So there will be our normal course of business operations and then a separate facility on that location that does CDL operations.
Okay. And then follow up, Madam Chair. Thank you. My concern is that the last time I saw the presentation for the Silverado Ranch facility is that the CDL traffic was going to be directed to Highway 160. We've had NDOT and Brightline now present to us that Brightline is going right there, I-15 and 160, and that Highway 160 is already at capacity, and now we're going to be increasing the traffic flow. I did ask NDOT and Brightline to reach out to you and have a conversation. And so I just wanted to know what the status of that was and how we are going to address the increased heavy truck traffic specifically that is going to be going and directed towards that area now.
For the record, Angela Smith, to Haven's question, I apologize, I don't have all the details. I know that we've been working closely. We have certain staff members that have been working on the project, and they're working with NDOT to do traffic studies, but we don't have all the information about the route that they plan to have those trucks exit. So happy to get together with them and circle back with you to address your concerns.
I would appreciate that. And just so you guys are aware, the comments that I made during the Brightline presentation was that they do get with you to coordinate the traffic studies, because I want all agencies between the Brightline project, NDOT, and you guys coordinating so that we don't end up with a nightmare traffic situation. It's already congested enough, and so I appreciate you, and I do look forward to hearing back. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and we will go to Assemblymember Watts.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of hopefully quick questions. So one is just on the department transformation effort overall. One of the high-level questions I had is, we've had some discussions, including an IFC, about kind of the status of the project. Can you give us at a high level kind of where things are at in terms of the timeline for the effort overall?
For the record, Angela Smith, Deputy Director. Assemblymember Watts, we have produced our roadmap on our website that identifies how long we think it's going to take to develop all of our core products. After evaluating the some 856 products that DMV does, we understand that it's going to take us much longer than we would hoped. We were trying to push for a 4-year aggressive timeline, despite an assessment that said a project of this size and scope would take about 8 years. And so we know we're going to need additional years, but our hope is by the end of this next biennium, we'll have most of our vehicle products ready to go. And then we can hand off to our IT staff that will continue development so that we don't rely so heavily on our contracted vendor resources that cost us a substantial amount of funds.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the candor. And this was something when we went through the governor's proposed budget last session that we were wondering if that 4-year timeline was going to be workable. So I know we'll talk about that more. The other question I have is kind of related to some of the budget enhancements that you discussed. And a lot of them are related to IT. I understand, for example, you discussed some of the legacy systems needing to move over to the cloud are not explicitly included in the transformation effort itself. I think one of the things that kind of comes to me is that when we think about the transformation effort, right, it's this modernization of the systems. And so I guess it's a little bit of a question, but also a comment. And to me, I kind of, when I think about the process, the budget related with the modernization effort, to me, a lot of these other enhancements, position changes, et cetera, to me are kind of all related to the transformation effort, even if they might not have been within necessarily the original scope or budget laid out. So I guess, does that make sense? And I guess I would just ask that maybe as we go into more depth on these, that we can kind of get that broader context on the overall technological overhaul and all of the kind of costs and budget associated with that, so that we can kind of understand everything holistically.
For the record, Angela Smith, you're not wrong. There is a lot of crossover, but I'll frankly say that some of the stuff, even if we weren't to do the transformation effort, we needed them. The lift into the cloud certainly advances our ability to be able to perform more modernization efforts and just maintain our systems. We struggle with latency issues and all sorts of things, so it would help us address a lot of that and position us to make more progress on the project.
Thank you. May I have one more question, Chair? Please. Thank you. The last question I wanted to ask you is about the emissions certificate, which is essentially related to the costs. It's incorporated into smog checks. And I appreciate AB 349 being brought up. I was the sponsor of that legislation. It actually originally included an adjustment of the certificate fee. Unfortunately, didn't have enough support for that, so I had to get it taken out. I guess I'll just say, it's something that, because it's incorporated to smog checks for vehicles, generally grows with population. It's a set amount, though, so it has not been adjusted for inflation. And as you noted, there's an increasing number of vehicles that do not have to get smog checks. And so this is a recurring theme that we've heard, and how some of those changes are impacting necessary revenue sources. So I'm glad to see that the governor's proposed budget includes something that starts to address some of those challenges. I think there's more that we need to do. My question for you is, my recollection of this fee is that part of it goes to the DMV, I believe part of it goes to the Division of Environmental Protection, and I believe a portion of it also goes to the counties. So can you kind of just discuss, first of all, will that distribution generally remain the same, and kind of talk about how it will support the department itself, and then what that distribution is to the other entities involved in the emissions control?
For the record, my name is Bethany Musselman. Thank you for your question. The fees are collected, and according to statute, 1/6 of the fee is distributed to the county in which the certificate was purchased. So right now that would be Clark or Washoe County. The remaining funds are then used to fund, in order that is laid out in statute, the Department of Motor Vehicles, and then various agencies, including the Department of Agriculture and the TRPA. The way that the funding is laid out is that first DMV gets funded, and then the remaining funds are broken up. And with the increased expenses in the operational budget, we have found that we don't have remaining fees to then provide to those other agencies. And so then that impacts their budgets. And so our proposed increase from $6 to $7 would help establish that funding again that remains consistent with the funding that we've had in the past for those agencies.
Thank you very much, and we will go to Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see all of you there at the table. And Mr. Stevens, good to see you. I have a couple questions. First, for you, since you were the liaison on a lot of this, with the reversion of that illegal tax or fee that was on the $1 fee on our registrations that the courts decided needed to be reverted, and there was a set amount that was in that account. How much of that was actually given back, and how much then reverted? Because I think we're past end date on that one.
For the record, Angela Smith, Senator Titus, we don't have the exact numbers. We can get those to you, but my recollection it was around $2.5 million that we gave back, and the remaining amount was reverted to the highway fund or given to unclaimed property. There was a split. Some of it that was given in checks to businesses. If those were not cashed, then that went to unclaimed property. But for the dollars that were not claimed by customers who came into our offices, that reverted to the highway fund.
So maybe when we get into the subcommittee breakdown, you could actually give those figures to us. I'd appreciate that, or all of us, even maybe beforehand. And then my second question, if I might, Madam Chair, relates to the DMV bill, AB 161 on page 20. And I know it's adding a medical indicator. I've actually had concerns from patients regarding their donor heart on their driver's license, and actually bringing forward some legislation addressing that, because they find that it's too hard to change if they change their mind. And because most of us go in, we get our driver's license when we're 16. They ask us if we want to be donors without any education, and then we say, of course. And then suddenly, when we're older than 16 and maybe in your 70s and 80s, you just said, well, wait a minute here, maybe I don't want to be a donor anymore. I have had multiple folks reach out to me about the obstacles to get that done if you change your mind. And so do you have a policy on that? Do you have somebody who could address that?
For the record, Angela Smith, I'm phoning a friend, Renata Laura, Deputy Administrator of our Field Service Division, is going to address your question, Senator Titus.
So for the record, Renata Laura, Deputy Administrator of Field Services. To answer that question, it is a process that you would have to go back into the DMV, refill out the application indicating you wanted to remove that. So it is possible, but it is possible too. It is a little tedious where you do have to come back into the office.
Right, and that's the problem. It's not like an online change. And so to put it on there, you don't have to have a capacity. You don't have to have anything other than being there. Doesn't cost you anything. Yeah, I want to do it. But then to reverse it, I'm finding that my folks are saying, man, this is really, have to go there in person. It costs money. And I'm just very concerned about that process.
Just to add to that, Ranchelara, for the record, part of the reason why they have to come back in is because we do have to issue a brand new driver's license or ID card, because it does have that indicator that they are an organ donor. So in order to remove that, we would have to issue a new card removing that indicator.
And is there something they can do? Isn't there an online program with the donor network that you could just go in there and take it off from there without having to actually change the card?
For the record, Renata Lara, I would have to look into that. I don't have that top of my head.
We can take that offline, but I really would appreciate some more information on that.
And
Thank you.
And committee members, let's remember not to get too far into the weeds. We'll have another opportunity during our budget hearings when session starts. I hear your passion. I understand your concern. We'll just hope that none of us have to use our donor cards. All right, next will be Senator Stone.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the great presentation, and thank you for your emphasis on improving technology to make it easier for customers, even older folks like myself, to use the technology in an easy way to get the task done. I was very pleased to hear when Mrs. Musselman had mentioned a Henderson office. And I was just wanted to find out the status on that. Have you acquired land? Are you just in the early stages of building a new office in Henderson, the second largest city in Nevada? But I'm very excited to hear about the details of that.
For the record, my name is Bethany Musselman. We are currently not in the process of acquiring land. We are working with leasing services to identify a space where we can lease some office space and retain. I think the plan is about 2 or 3 employees in Henderson.
Great.
To continue to provide services there, or they can go to the new office at Silverado Ranch.
And thank you. I appreciate that information. And when do you anticipate that an office could be actually open there?
Well, to be clear, we do have an office open there right
the new one.
now. So that office is open and functional. And so when we move from Henderson to Silverado Ranch, then at the same time, we would open the new lease office space once that has been identified.
Great.
And if I might, Angela Smith for the record, we also partnered with AAA and they opened 2 locations in that area to offer registration services to the community. And that's already been opened.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I'm glad that you brought up AAA because when I have constituents reach out to me that sometimes have issues, I have suggested the AAA in my area, and they have gotten back to me and thanked me because it was very easy for them to go there. So, thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Canizaro. Did you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As we're obviously been going through, and I'm sure you've heard now this question earlier today and maybe over the last week or so, as we're going through this sort of budget overview process and untangling and looking at some of the sort of the deeper dive into the budget, we have obviously discovered that there is a significant structural deficit in the budget as recommended and submitted to us. And so my question to you all is, have you had any conversations with the governor's office or GFO to request that you cut some programs or look at cutting certain items within your budget? And if so, what might those be?
For the record, Angela Smith, Deputy Director, DMV, to Senator Canizaro. We have had conversations with the Governor's Finance Office. At this time, we don't anticipate any significant budget amendments, but look forward to them if some partnering with them on making those work if they become necessary. But at this time, we don't anticipate any in our budget.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and I believe it, Assemblymember Yeager?
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions. First, thank you for being here, and Mr. Sever, thank you for always reaching out and being willing to help with our constituent issues. I think you talked about this a little bit in the hearing, but I do have some concerns that the budget as presented, this budget as presented could violate Nevada Revised Statute 408-235, which I think, as we know, limits the expenditure of 22% of the highway funds on administration, and then that cap was increased to 27% by the 2015 session in recognition of the replacement of DMV's mainframe computer system. So, but it was supposed to sunset after fiscal year 2026. And looking at this proposed budget, it looks like in fiscal year 26 and 27, DMV would be over that historic 22% cap once the 27% cap sunsets. So I think you mentioned it, but I just wanted to know, I didn't see or hear of any companion legislation being brought forward to extend or remove that sunset for the cap. Can you give us an update on whether you believe there's going to be a bill to do that, and if not, how this budget would be in compliance with NRS 408-235?
For the record, Angela Smith, Deputy Director, DMV. You're correct. We would need the extension of the 27% to encompass everything we requested. Typically, through the budget build process, we work closely with LCB, and a bill is presented to increase that cap. So it would be contingent on the extension of the cap in a bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I could, I guess my follow-up is just, is the DMV planning on bringing that bill, or do you know if the governor's planning on bringing it? I don't think any members have proposed it, so do you know the answer to that yet?
For the record, Angela Smith, I don't have the answer, but I'm happy to circle back and get that answer for you.
Thank you. And then, Madam Chair, if I could ask one more question, please. You know, we're obviously in budget subcommittee hearings, and I think we're all trying to process what in the world the federal government is doing right now in terms of grant money. And as we try to process that, obviously it's a huge concern, not just to Nevada, but to every state in the country when we talk about potential cutting off of federal funds. When we talk about the Department of Motor Vehicles, we necessarily talk about federal funding. So much of your budget it comes from the federal government. And again, I know that this was news that was broken late last night. I think details are still emerging, but do you know, have you guys had any initial discussions or indication from the federal government that funding to the Department of Motor Vehicles from the federal government is going to be stopped or limited or taken away? Because obviously that would blow a gigantic hole in our state budget, not just for DMV, but for every other agency. So I know I'm asking you that, and it's first thing in the morning, but just wanted to know if you had any information you could share about that.
For the record, Angela Smith, so it's a complicated question. DMV doesn't generally get a lot of grant funds. I will say that the funds that we collect are used as a match for other highway-funded agencies such as NDOT and DPS, but we are unaware of any impacts that would have on DMV at this time.
Thank you. And if you could, obviously we're trying to get a handle on this as the budget committee, but if you could just keep us updated if you learn that that changes and there are going to be monies from the federal government that we were expecting to get and we're not getting, we'll have full budget hearings, of course, but I think the sooner we know that, not just from the DMV, but from any state agency that might be listening to this hearing or might have already appeared in front of us. I mean, we've got to get a handle on this. It could just be a real disaster for our state and for Nevada. And so if you can keep us updated on what you're hearing, that would be much appreciated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are any additional questions? Senator Cannizzaro.
Thank you for the second go-around, Madam Chair, and thank you all again for being here. I think your answer to the question the speaker just asked, as we're still trying to dig through some of the implications of potentially losing federal money, I wanted to just make sure that we clarified and so we kind of know also where to be looking. You all provide dollars and funding that then is matched with potential federal funding, but that federal funding flows through other agencies like NDOT, and so could potentially affect other transportation projects or other infrastructure projects that might have federal funds attached based upon the funding that you all are sort of matched with, if I'm understanding that answer correctly.
For the record, Angela Smith, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that because I think as we're trying to obviously dig through that, that's an important piece for us to understand that where sometimes we have state dollars, there is also federal matching dollars that come as a result of that. And without those federal matching dollars, even though it might not impact your source directly, it is going to impact sort of projects that are related to the work that you do and related to agencies that you are sort of intertwined in that funding mechanism with. So thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, I don't see any other questions. Mr. Severs, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just real quick, Sean Sever from the DMV. I think the comments made by the Assembly member were very good. You know, we're building an IT system at the DMV, but we're also flipping our business model over. We're changing everything at the DMV, and this is to the benefit of our customers and our employees as well. We've rolled out 2 programs so far, rapid registration and turbo titles, and we've gotten rave reviews from the customers on those. So people don't have to come into the office. And of course, we'll still have offices open for people that prefer to do in-person business, but we prefer that most people go online, because in the future, it's going to be maybe a text message how you renew your registration. But the reason I bring that up is we need your help in educating our customers. It's a huge behavioral shift, as you can imagine, from getting a postcard in the mail, bringing your paper down to the DMV, to in the future, going online. So I just want to conclude by saying I will work with all of you on your items in the weeds, and I look forward to it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And once again, thank you for being here today, and thank you for working on your projects and budget. Thank you. All right, with that, the next item on the agenda is a presentation by the Department of Taxation. And here with us in Carson City, I believe, is Shelley Hughes, the executive director of the department. And when your team is ready, please go ahead and begin.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Shelley Hughes. I'm the Executive Director for the Nevada Department of Taxation. With me, I have Yvonne Navarez-Goodson, Chief Deputy for the department, and I have members from the department's executive team, both here in the audience in Carson City and in Las Vegas. I will begin the presentation today by giving some information about the department, and then I will move on to the department's budget requests. For your reference, this slide identifies the members of the department's executive team, many of whom will be presenting various matters to you this session. This is taxation's mission and philosophy. In summary, our mission is to provide fair, efficient, and effective tax administration. We are committed to delivering excellent customer service to our taxpayers and providing resources, training, and support to our staff. The Department of Taxation is comprised of 6 divisions and serves as staff to 5 boards and commissions. We currently have 412 positions within these 6 divisions. As an overview of the department's operations, we perform a variety of functions, including administering 21 different tax types, including 3 fees. The department appraises property. We establish guidelines for local governments and ensure compliance with those guidelines, and we review local government budgets and certify annual populations. Additionally, the department is one of the main revenue collecting agencies in the state. In addition to the state general fund, the department also distributes revenue to other sources, including the school education fund and local governments. For fiscal year 24, we collected and distributed over $10.3 billion in state and local government revenue. This is an increase of over $442 million from fiscal year 23. Here are the department goals. These goals are also included in the department's strategic plan. Our goals are centered around outreach, workforce, transparency, and modernization. With outreach, the department's goal is to promote compliance. We will do this through advocacy, education, and enforcement. For workforce, the goal is to engage, empower our staff. Through transparency, the goal is to provide relevant and reliable information. And through modernization, the goal is to continually improve processes and technology. The department's biennial budget request is aligned with each of these goals. The department had numerous achievements over the last biennium. You can see from the list here that we started accepting credit cards at all our office front counters. Previously, the department only accepted credit card payments through our online tax system. Additionally, self-service kiosks have been installed at all office front counters to help taxpayers with registration, submission of returns, and payment of taxes. The department's singular call center located in northern Nevada was divided to create a southern Nevada call center to help with recruitment, combat office closures due to weather, and provide statewide department resources to assist heavy call times. The legislature approved funding last session for the development of a new website platform, which was used to significantly improve user-friendly website that enables the department to make information readily available to taxpayers and to coordinate seamlessly with the department's new tax system. The department also brought back our Ask the Advisor classes to educate taxpayers throughout the state, and such classes are now in the process of being developed in Spanish. The department's vacancy rate has decreased to 13.59%, whereas 2 years ago at this time, the vacancy rate was at 21%. The department completed its move into a new state-owned building in Carson City and expanded its southern presence into a new state-owned business in Las Vegas. As I mentioned earlier, most notably, the department is responsible for increased revenue collections from $9.9 billion in fiscal year 23 to more than $10.3 billion in fiscal year 24. And the department has had a successful rollout of our first phase of Project Mint, the modernization of the state's unified tax system, which provided e-services to Nevada taxpayers and creates a uniform system for the department to administer Nevada's taxes. While the department has had many accomplishments and achievements in fiscal year 23 and 24, it still faces many challenges. The budget request provides solutions to these challenges. I will briefly go through these challenges, which you see here separated under 3 main categories. Regarding technology, the department has an aging IT infrastructure, including hardware and software that must be updated and no longer meets the needs of the department. The current unified tax system is severely outdated, and the department struggles to maintain the system so that it functions correctly. Consequently, the department suffers from increased vulnerability with an outdated system, which could subject it to cyber threats and data breaches. Because the system is outdated, staff rely heavily on manual, inefficient processes, which give rise to human error. Workflow is heavily paper-based, which requires mail correspondence of important documents instead of transmitting them electronically. Some of these issues are starting to improve as the department modernizes and converts to the new system. But the department must also continue to operate in the old system for several of our tax types until the new system is fully implemented in 2027. While the department has improved our vacancy rate, recruiting qualified employees for some positions remain a significant challenge. The department lacks training funds to ensure staff are appropriately trained and retained. Without proper training, staff feel frustrated in their jobs and leave for other opportunities. Many of these issues will be tackled with the training opportunities represented in the budget request. Another challenge the department confronts is tax compliance. While many taxpayers strive to be compliant, there remains a large tax gap, which is the difference between what taxpayers owe and what they voluntarily pay. Many taxpayers have a lack of knowledge of Nevada's tax laws and need to be educated about their tax obligations. Nevada is a large state with diverse and sophisticated business types, and many taxpayers are in rural communities and lack access to taxpayer services. And some taxpayers have a lack of trust of the department or even government in general. Through modernization and outreach, the department will expand its customer service and minimize some of these issues. This slide demonstrates the revenue received in fiscal year 24 from each tax type administered by the department. As you can see from this chart, of the approximate $10.3 billion in revenue collected during fiscal year 24, Sales and use tax collections made up approximately $7.3 billion, or 70% of the approximate $10.3 billion collected. This slide also demonstrates the distributions for fiscal year '24. The State General Fund received 40.4% of total distributions, or approximately $4.2 billion. Local governments received 32.7%, or approximately $3.4 billion. And the State Education Fund receives 26.3%, or approximately $2.7 billion. This slide provides the department's expenditures for fiscal year '24. The department's expenditures in fiscal year '24 was approximately $56.4 million, and in fiscal year '25, it's projected to be approximately $68.4 million. Expenditures requested from the governor's recommended budget in fiscal year '26 and fiscal year '27 are approximately $51.5 million and $52.6 million, respectively. We are also asking for one-shot appropriation funds resulting in $17.5 million in fiscal year '26 and $15.3 million in fiscal year '27. Moving on to the department's requested enhancement units. These are included in the governor's executive budget. Each of these requests will help the department modernize its service and provide greater customer service to the state, taxpayers, and employees. The department is requesting travel funds in decision units E226 and E230. Decision Unit E226 adds funds for travel expenses for staff to attend tobacco-related training. This training is essential to maintain current education and best practices regarding the master settlement agreement and the department and state's responsibility in regard to that agreement. Without this training, the state risks losing the funding received from the master settlement agreement. Decision Unit E230 adds funding for audit staff to travel to rural counties to conduct audits, revenue staff to travel throughout the state for collection purposes, and IT staff, the information security officer, and the internal auditor to travel to training opportunities. This travel is essential so the department can fulfill its goal to promote compliance through advocacy, education, and enforcement. Without this funding to allow audit and revenue staff to travel, the state risks missing the opportunity to bring in revenue that is otherwise due to the state. And without this funding to allow the IT staff, information security officer, and internal auditor to travel to training opportunities, staff may not learn the most up-to-date technology, security, and auditing practices, which increases risks of breach, cybersecurity attacks, and taxation system failures. The department is also asking for training funds in Decision Unit E229. The department's training budget has been very minimal since COVID. The training is essential for the goal of engaging and empowering the department's staff. These training opportunities allow many staff to become better at their jobs, enabling them to provide better customer service. And this training educates staff to provide effective and efficient tax administration and consequently educates taxpayers. Without this training, the collection of tax revenue can be indirectly impacted. The last decision unit on this slide is E231. This request funds various expenses associated with the department's boards and commissions. This funding would allow the members and the staff from the department's 4 boards and commissions to travel for each board and commission meeting. The funding also covers expenses for court reporters, newspaper notices, and member stipends for every meeting prep day and meeting attendance. This funding is essential to allow these boards and commissions to perform their statutory duties and responsibilities and provide due process to taxpayers and local governments. Without the funding, the boards and commissions would not be able to hold these statutorily required meetings. The department requests 5 new positions, the elimination of 4 positions, and the reclassification of 1 position. Decision Unit E499 removes 9 months of 3 FTEs involved with Project Mint, our modernization project, after the expiration of ARPA funding. Those 3 FTEs will be funded through the one-shot appropriation for those 9 months. Decision Unit E680 removes 1 informational technology professional position that remained vacant over a period of time due to the inability to fulfill that position. Decision Unit E681 adds 1 tax manager position. This position is essential to help the department achieve its goals of promoting compliance and transparency. The department's compliance division is comprised of taxation services, collections, and audit functions. Currently, there is a single tax manager for the revenue section, which is comprised of approximately 130 positions in both collections and taxation services functions. The department is requesting a tax manager for the new taxation services section that would be carved out from the existing revenue section to assist taxpayers in understanding their rights and responsibilities. Taxation services includes customer service, communication, and education efforts. The existing revenue tax manager would continue to oversee the collection side of revenue and would continue to function separately with a focus on assisting taxpayers who have fallen out of compliance. The taxation services section would enable the department to fully adhere to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, which requires the department to provide prompt responses, full explanations, and courteous fair treatment, among other things. Decision Unit E 682 adds 2 training officers. These training officers will assist the department in achieving its goal of engaging and empowering our staff. The department has identified the need to create a small team of trainers to develop a comprehensive training program at the department. These positions are instrumental in enhancing the department's operational efficiency and compliance to the development, implementation, and evaluation of comprehensive training programs. This role is pivotal in ensuring that employees possess the necessary knowledge and skills to effectively execute their duties, contribute to the department's mission, and maintain compliance with tax laws and regulations. And as a part of the department's modernization efforts, the training officers will satisfy the critical need for consistency in operations and adherence to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights throughout the state. These positions will serve as trainers and curriculum coordinators for the department. Incumbents will design and develop training curriculums using an instructional design model, deliver formal and informal learning solutions, monitor and evaluate contracted trainers, oversee specific training programs, and recommend a variety of learning solutions. The training officers will also develop an onboarding program for new hires. Decision Unit E 805 reclassifies an administrative aide to a tax program supervisor. Our modernization project is currently underway and has created the need to reorganize our administrative services division. The department requires a realignment of existing positions to focus resources on the critical needs of the department. Areas of significant change are the accounting financial functions and the department's centralized mailroom. The need for the tax program supervisor is to provide increased oversight and an in-depth management of the accounting functions. This position will allow for increased efficiency and accuracy of monetary tasks, training, and supervision. Further, this will ensure that tasks for each team are completed timely and accurately. In addition to supervisory duties, this position will review daily deposits, keen errors, and year-end write-offs to ensure compliance with internal controls. Decision Unit E 815 adds 2 unclassified general counsel positions. One of the positions will assist the department with its numerous daily, regular, and intermittent requests for legal advice on multiple matters that cannot always be addressed timely by the Attorney General's office. The other position will advise the Tax Commission on substantive tax issues that are presented by the parties in administrative hearings. Due to the volume of appeals, the Commission and the department have a backlog of hearings. The legal issues are significant in complexity, and the number given the tax types and chapters of NRS and NAC require the need of full-time legal support of at least 2 attorneys. These positions will not entirely eliminate the use or need for the Attorney General's office to assist the department in contested case matters and complex litigation affecting the state as a whole. These positions are essential to the department as the laws administered by the Commission and department have evolved in numerous and significant ways. In-house counsel will ensure the department receives legal representation dedicated to and specialized to the unique needs of the Department of Taxation and its 21 tax types and licenses it administers, and protect the revenue collected and distributed to the state. These 2 decision units help with the goal to modernize the department by improving technology and processes. Decision Unit E232 adds funding for an information technology contract to assist with the department's operation backlog. This funding is essential to support legacy system coding and interfaces between the new Mint system and the legacy information system. This contractor will take over backlog programming tasks to free up IT staff to work on critical project Mint efforts, such as decommissioning tasks and providing support for rollout 2 and 3 tax types in the new Mint system. Without this funding, the department risks delays and the possibility of errors occurring when transitioning from the current system to the new modern system, which could delay the receipt of taxpayer payments and the department's distributions of revenue to the state and local governments. Decision Unit E233 is an efficiency measure brought forth by the department as we anticipate a reduction in state mailroom postage expenditures. With our goal of modernization, the department is moving from physical mail to electronic mail when possible. Currently, the department expends funds to physically mail communications with taxpayers about their tax accounts, including tax deficiency notices. Given the capabilities of the new electronic system, the department will propose legislation that would provide authorization for the department to provide such correspondence and other notices or decisions via electronic communications or electronic mail, except where there are other legal requirements for such delivery to be in person or by mail. Such electronic delivery of correspondence would result in the expected cost savings recognized in this decision unit. I want to note that receipt of electronic correspondence will not be a mandatory measure. The department will also offer the ability for taxpayers to opt out of receiving electronic mail if they so choose. A corresponding budget bill draft request will be forthcoming to add language to our various chapters of NRS to allow the department to provide communications by electronic means when possible. Decision Unit E320 funds new and expanded software licenses, which include upgrading from Adobe Reader to Adobe Professional, an increase to the number of licenses for Pluralsight IT training, an increase in the Fortinet FortiCare licenses, the purchase of a data matching tool for use by revenue officers, and an Active Directory monitoring tool. Decision Unit E550 augments the production storage for our legacy systems. All of the department's legacy data is stored on a flash storage, which is currently at 70% capacity. This storage is needed for the future growth of data with an anticipated need in the second year of the biennium. If the agency gets near or reaches the maximum storage amount, all business operations related to the tax types in Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the department's modernization project would be severely impacted. Decision Unit E551 funds a 2-year renewal on software licensing and maintenance. This funding will also provide telephone support for software issues, firmware upgrades to address vulnerabilities, and replacement of failed equipment to keep the systems running. It is essential that the department renews licensing on already deployed software to mitigate the risks of legal penalties and security threats, such as malware. It is also imperative that the department maintain current licensing to safeguard our digital assets and maintain the integrity and security of our information systems. Decision Unit E225 funds the anonymous purchase of cigarettes and other tobacco products. The department has pledged to help protect the funds received from the Master Settlement Agreement and to ensure compliance with all sales and purchases of cigarettes and other tobacco products. The department can monitor sales made in Nevada, but with the current state of the internet, it is much harder to identify sales and purchases made online. Providing the ability to make online purchases will allow the department to identify those unlicensed entities making online sales but not reporting all tax due from those sales. Once identified, the department can begin the process of recouping unpaid taxes and issuing penalties for failure to pay the tax. Decision Unit E228 funds fingerprinting for background checks for new employees to the department. This includes employees who are new to state service, those that transfer in from another department, as well as staff who are rehired. Vehicles are essential for the department's appraisers and revenue officers. They are often in the field, and security concerns arise when they use their own vehicles. Currently, we have 4 vehicles for our staff, 3 in Vegas and 1 in Carson. Decision Unit 719 replaces existing fleet service vehicles that are due for replacement, and Decision Unit 729 will add 4 vehicles, which results in an additional vehicle in Carson, 2 additional vehicles in Las Vegas, and adds a vehicle for our Reno staff. The next 4 decision units replace various equipment. Decision Unit E710 funds the replacement of computer hardware. Decision Unit E711 funds the replacement of video conferencing equipment. Decision Unit E712 funds the replacement of fax equipment to send and receive faxes. And while the department is modernizing, some businesses, including financial institutions, still require documents to be sent by fax. And then Decision Unit E714 funds the replacement of an envelope letter opening machine for our Carson City mailroom. The one-shot appropriation will fund the continuation of the development and implementation of Project Mint, which stands for Modernize Your Nevada Tax. On December 9th, 2024, we successfully implemented Phase 1 of the project. Phase 2 will roll out in December of 2025, and Phase 3 will roll out in December 2026. This slide provides the department's contact information, including the website address, call center number, and contact information for each of our 3 department offices. And this concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time today, and we are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And who knew we were still faxing? Somebody somewhere is happy that they have a fax machine. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll go to Assemblymember Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'm still kind of floored by the whole faxing/carrier pigeon discussion. My questions, I actually have 2. The first is on slide 13, when you bring up all the different positions that are being considered to be added. The first, has there been any discussion at all about any additional enforcement officers? Because I know during our last session, during the last legislative session, there was a large amount of discussion about only having 2, I want to say. So I didn't know if that was maybe in a different budget for a different department.
Shelley Hughes for the record, through Madam Chair to Assemblywoman Anderson. We did have that discussion last session. However, we do currently have 6 compliance investigators with 1 chief investigator.
Thank you. And is that enough for a state our size? And especially after you just brought up also the number of vehicles and everything that is being discussed at this time, is 6 truly enough to be able to do the enforcement of all of the different items that are under your purview?
Shelley Hughes for the record, through you, Madam Chair, to Assemblywoman Anderson. I think we could always use more investigators. I was just going to pull up how many investigations we did last year. In fiscal year 2024, we conducted 848 investigations, which resulted in several seizures of tobacco and liquor. We've had various amounts of hearings on those seizures. And then for civil penalties, we did collect a total of $511,000 in civil penalties in fiscal year 24.
Thank you. And may I ask another question? I'm just going to forge ahead then until I get told no. My second question has to do with the decision unit E815, the addition of 2 general counsel. Currently, you have none in the office, if that's correct. Would that then create a trigger effect in the Attorney General's office by pulling somebody away from there, or is there currently, or has there been any discussion about how that will impact that office?
Shelley Hughes for the record, through Madam Chair to Assemblywoman Anderson. We recently have had conversations with our Chief Deputy Attorney General. There has been a backlog of issues. We do have currently 4 Deputy Attorney Generals that are assigned to taxation. They're not our full-time Deputy Attorney Generals. They also represent other agencies. And as a result, they haven't been able to fully give all their attention to all the legal matters that we have before the department. These two positions actually would not come from the Attorney General's office. We're asking them to be general counsel positions that we would hire as unclassified positions for the department.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just had a quick question on the system that you're using regarding AI. How much is that costing you?
Shelley Hughes for the record, through you, Madam Chair, to Assemblywoman,
You may
Senator
go
Neal.
direct. You may go direct.
Thank you. I'd like to bring forward my IT deputy, Joe Bernardi, if he can come to the table.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Joe Bernardi. I'm the Deputy Director for IT for the Department of Taxation. We currently don't have any AI spending going on. We have we just stood up with Project Mint with our e-services. We have a machine learning chatbot, but we don't have anything. We also have an AI chatbot on our static website, but that's all the AI investments we have currently.
Thank you for that. I guess I'm not remembering the interim revenue presentation. Weren't you using it more than the chatbot system?
Yes, ma'am. For the record, Joe Bernardi, to Senator Neal's question, we did have a project that we used to modernize our correspondence with taxpayers. And what we did is we ran that through a natural language processing system to make a more consumable form, but that project has been completed now, I believe, and it's been wrapped up. And that was a no-cost solution.
Thank you for that. And then just one final question. So when you did the, I guess, the transfer of taxpayer information, did you send a notice to then tell them that you were uploading their information into an AI system and then get consent?
Joe Bernardi, for the record, we uploaded absolutely zero taxpayer information to AI. This is strictly templates that if you were to receive a notice of noncompliance, we just made that template more easy to consume and read. It had no taxpayer information whatsoever. Once it goes through our regular processes to send it to you, it's just that improved form.
Okay.
So absolutely no taxpayer information, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I promise I'll keep this at the 40,000-foot level.
It has to be 50,000, or you can't
All right,
ask.
50, all right, 60,000, page 4, sorry. You have staff to 5 boards and commissions. Has the governor reached out to you? He's consolidating boards and commissions. Are any of these looking at consolidation or moving out of your taxation?
Thank you, Senator Titus. Yvonne Navarez-Goodson, Chief Deputy Director for the Department of Taxation. Yes, as we've looked at the bill put forth by the governor's office for the consolidation of boards and commissions, it looks as though there is an anticipation that one of those boards and commissions would be decommissioned. That's the Mining and Oversight and Accountability Commission that is currently staffed by the department. It looks as though the Appraiser Certification Board would become part of the purview of the new Office of Boards and Commissions within the Department of Business and Industry. And it looks like there would be a shared responsibility between the department and the office for the Committee on Local Government Finance. What would remain full under the Department of Taxation's purview is the Nevada Tax Commission as well as the State Board of Equalization.
Having said that, then, does that change? Are you looking at then changing the budget, or does it not affect your budget?
Again, Yvonne Navarez-Goodson for the record, Senator Titus. We will look at that issue with the governor's finance office, but the primary budgetary request that we put forward affects the Tax Commission as well as the State Board of Equalization for its travel and meeting needs.
All right, thank you for that, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the question.
Thank you very much. And we will go to Assemblymember Backus.
Thank you so much, Chair. My question pertains to slide 15 in decision unit E550. This one's pretty easy. It's the flash storage drive. You had indicated that it is at 70% capacity, and I don't know how long that took to go, and I know there's more data, but you're looking to have the enhancement unit changed for fiscal year 27. Would we hit capacity before that anticipated July 1st, 2026? And if so, like, what happens?
Joe Bernardi for the record. We're keeping a close eye on that storage right now, and it hasn't moved, the needle hasn't moved very far from the 70%. If it does happen, it will seriously impact the production for the legacy environment. And really, that's what this one is for. It's kind of in case we need it, we need to pull the trigger on getting the storage so we can then do those rollout 2 and 3 taxes with minimal impact. But we are keeping a close eye on it, and we don't think right now that it's going to be before that.
All right, with that being said, any other questions for Department of Taxation? Senator Canizaro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know you've heard now this question from a number of agencies as we've sat very patiently this morning. So thank you for your presentation and walking us through all of this. My question is going to be in the face of this budget that we know has some serious structural deficits. Have you been contacted by the governor's office or GFO to be asked to cut anything, modify anything, find money to move around, whatever the case might be?
Shelley Hughes for the record, Senator Canizaro. We have not been approached by the governor's office to cut anything from our budget, though we would work diligently with the GFO if we needed to produce a budget amendment.
Sure. And I appreciate that. Just trying to, get a handle on where it is. We may see some changes and so on and so forth. So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for the Department of Taxation? All right, thank you for being here with us today. Thank you for your information, and we look forward to seeing you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, committee members, we are done prior to noon, believe it or not. And so we are going to take lunch. You will get a longer lunch, but I am trusting that you will come back and be ready at 1 o'clock. If I give you a little extra time. All right, with that, we will recess for lunch, and we will see you all at 1 o'clock with the Department of Agriculture. Thank you.
Mic check 1 2. Check check. Mic check check check. Mic check 1 2. Check check.
Okay, I'm going to start this party. Here we go. Welcome back, and I'll bring the subcommittee back to order. I hope you had a great and long lunch. We'll move right into agenda item number 6, Department of Agriculture. This will be the last presentation of the day. Director Gokachia is here with us in Carson City. And Director, we are happy to see you and your crew. And so go ahead when you're ready, please.
Chairwoman Underloop, thank you. Director Gokachia for the record. To my left is Deputy Director Doug Ferris. To my right, I have Administrator of Administrative Services Kathy Balkin. She will be walking through most of the presentation for you this morning. In attendance, I also have Deputy Administrator of Food and Nutrition Division, Brittany Malley. Down in Las Vegas, we have our Administrator of Food and Nutrition, Patricia Hoppy. I have our Plant Health and Compliance Administrator, Megan Brown, here in the room, and we have our Deputy Administrator of that division, Ray Saliga, down in Las Vegas as well. So if there's any questions, we're hoping we have the right folks for you guys to answer those questions. So thank you for the invitation. We look forward to it, and I know we're on a short time crunch, so I will turn it over to Ms. Balkin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Kathy Balkin, and I am the Administrator of Administrative Services for the Nevada Department of Agriculture. I will be presenting an overview today of our budgetary request for the 2026-2027 biennium. The annual governor's recommended budget for FY26 is $274,164,000. For FY27, $273,646,000. The total FTE that we have at Department of Agriculture is 173. I'm going to go into a little of how our funding structure is set. So at Agriculture, we are 82% funded by federal funds, 14% by fees, 2% by general fund, and 2% of interdepartmental transfers. All right, on slide 3, our agency strategic plan. You will see during the presentation how our goals and challenges helped our decision-making for our budgetary requests. So our goals, we are customer-focused, both internal and external. We leverage government and community relationships, improve customer service and increase public trust, and develop opportunities for agriculture in Nevada. The challenges we face. The first one, the combination of budget accounts 4552 and 4545, which I will get to when we go over Plant Health and Compliance, and budget account 3194, a transfer from the Nevada Department of Health and Human Services to NDA. And then the fact that we are fee and federal structured agency. Our agency overview, we have 3 offices, our headquarters in Sparks, a Las Vegas office, and an Elko office. We also have 2 food distribution warehouses, one in Reno and one in Las Vegas. We are made up of 5 divisions. We have the Division of Animal Industry, the Division of Administrative Services, the Division of Food and Nutrition, Division of Measurement Standards, and the Division of Plant Health and Compliance. And on your slide, you can see our leadership in those divisions. All right, starting off with the Division of Administrative Services. So our Division of Administrative Services has one budget account. It's 4554. We are 95% cost allocated through the agency and have 5% of general fund. The purpose of administrative services is that we centralize the budgeting, the payroll, information technology, communication, and economic development functions of the NDA. A couple of the other programs that are under this division is our communications, agriculture literacy, the craft beverage passport, and the meat and poultry inspection program. All right, moving into our enhancements. So E684 is a new information technology technician 4 position. This position is currently funded under contract with Marathon Staffing and has been since early 2023. This position is crucial for optimizing our IT support operations. This will allow us to free up some of our other senior technicians from basic support duties, which allows them to focus on areas such as advanced network management and technical problem solving. Currently, under Marathon Staffing, our contract fee with them for this position is 27%. Our next enhancement is E710. It's replacement equipment. This is a one-shot appropriation. It's for IT equipment, it's hardware replacement, and software renewals. All right, Division of Animal Industry. They are 49% funded by fees, 38% general fund, 10% transfers, other of 1%, and then federally funded by 2%. The purpose of the Division of Animal Industry's primary focus is the protection of public health and safety from animal disease, theft, or loss of livestock and unfair business practices through a variety of programs geared towards animal health investigations and enforcement of law. A couple of the programs we will be covering in enhancements is the Veterinary Medical Service Program and the Dairy Program. So starting off with the Dairy Program, it's budget account 4470. E682, it's a new auditor position. So the Dairy Program has expanded the scope of their audits. Previously, auditors were just verifying remittance payments only during the audit process. And it was brought to the department's attention that other areas for marketing and the stabilization plan needed to be evaluated during an audit for dairy distributors. So by adding this position, it would actually help our current auditors take down about 6 a month of audits that they are completing down to 2. All right, in our challenges, I did speak about this next enhancement, the E905, the budget account 3194 transfer from DHHS to NDAs, which would transfer over fees and grants related to food inspections. 12 FTE, and of course it's noted that this decision unit is contingent upon passage and approval enabling legislation. Moving on to budget account 4550, Veterinary Medical Services. I'm going to walk you through some big equipment that we are looking to purchase, as well as a couple positions. So E683 is an administrative assistant 2 position. This position would allow the division to replace a currently approved, funded, and filled contract position dating back to 2018 with a state position. This will fulfill the divisional needs of an admin assistant who will be responsible for routine files for the Animal Disease Lab, customer service focus for veterinarians, owners, and industry partners. And currently, we are under contract with Manpower for this contracted employee at 34%, and it is one that is a very high turnover position. It's very hard to hire for and keep somebody in, so having a state position would definitely be helpful. Moving on to one-shot appropriations, new equipment. We have in 4550 E720 the automation ELISA. So this new automation that would fully automate equine infectious anemia testing by enzyme-linked immune sorbent testing. Currently, the Animal Disease Lab performs about 10,500 tests by a primary method of agar gel immunodiffusion and ELISA for priority requests only. The laboratory currently dedicates approximately only 0.20 FTE to this function on an annual basis. With this automation, a large portion of the testing, around 8,000 tests per fiscal year, could be converted to that ELISA to improve and optimize our workflow. All right, and then the automation thermocycler. This new automation would replace the aging thermocyclers that are currently in the Animal Disease Lab, molecular laboratory. So the Animal Disease Lab has 2 thermocyclers purchased in 2010 and 2012, and the expected life of this instrument is approximately only 10 years. The Animal Disease Lab utilizes these thermocyclers to help test for zoonotic and non-zoonotic diseases impacting public and animal health. All right, Division of Food and Nutrition is next. They are funded 89% with federal funds, 10% fees, and 1% general fund. And the purpose of the Division of Food and Nutrition provides access to nutritious food to Nevada's children, seniors, tribal communities, and other populations in need through administration and support oversight of the United States Department of Agriculture, Nutrition and Feeding Programs. A few of the programs that are underneath the Division of Food and Nutrition are National School Lunch, Summer Food, Food Distribution Program on Indian Reservations, and Child and Adult Food. They have 2 budget accounts under Food and Nutrition. They have 1362 and 2691. So we're going to start with 1362 and their 3 enhancements. The first one is E680, a new administrative assistant 2. This new position is needed due to increased amount of administrative work throughout this program. And this position would assist with administrative support to 6 USDA food and nutrition programs and 2 food warehouses that are overseen by the food distribution team. E710 is a replacement truck and trailer. The semi-tractor trailer to replace is the oldest in our semi-tractor trailer fleet. It has a model year of 1993. This vehicle is used almost daily to deliver USDA food to schools and community organizations that operate and participate in one of the 13 USDA feeding and nutrition programs that we administer and oversee. The second replacement vehicle is a 2017 GMC Yukon for the food distribution program on Indian reservations. This vehicle is used to go out on routes twice a month for food distribution to tribal communities. And then the last enhancement is for budget account 2691, which is the Agriculture Nutrition Education Program, and it's for a new program officer 2. This position is also currently contracted position since about May of 2023. This new position is needed to expand, develop, and sustain the Nevada Farm to School program, and this position would serve as the Farm to School coordinator within the school nutrition program. This position is currently contracted at a rate with Marathon of 24.9%. All right, moving on to Division Health and Compliance. The Division of Plant Health and Compliance are funded by 47% of fees, 42% federal funds, 8% of general fund, and 2% transfers. The purpose of Plant Health and Compliance Division serves Nevada by protecting plant health through the monitoring for diseases and invasive species by conducting inspections, laboratory testing, and registration and certification of vendors. A few programs are the seed certification, the noxious weeds, hemp program, and entomology. Starting with budget account 4545 E710, we have the ICP OES Commercial Fertilizer Analyzer. The replacement instrument and 5-year contract in performing fertilizer analysis to confirm compliance with NRS 588.230, which requires the NDA to obtain and test commercial fertilizer samples to determine whether the fertilizer sold in the state is within compliance with state laws. Moving on to E711, we have the liquid chromatograph mass spectrometer and nitrogen generator. Nitrogen generator is a standalone gas generator which produces curtain source and exhaust gases in the required flow rates. purities and pressures to meet or exceed the requirements of the TRA 0550, which is the only triple quadruple liquid chromatograph mass spectrometer in the NDA pesticide laboratory.
I sort of feel like you have like job security because no one else could replace you.
In the NDA pesticide laboratory, and it's responsible for pesticide residue analysis for all ground and surface water, pesticide use investigations, as well as medical recreational marijuana pesticide residue analysis. And this will be replacing a 15-year-old mass spectrometer that is beginning to fail. And this cost would include a 3-year maintenance contract, and this equipment should actually be replaced every 10 years. The nitrogen analyzer, this takes fertilizer samples and gives percentages of product components. So if a fertilizer product says it's 20% nitrogen, and the analyzer will detect if that's correct or not. And we get samples from our NDA inspectors to do project compliance or take samples as part of our investigations. And then the microwave digestion, E713. This takes solid sample and dissolves it for us, inductively coupled plasma optimal emission spectrometer, which is the first piece of equipment that I talked about. That is another machine that our lab uses that measures other components of the fertilizer product components. And then E304 for budget account 4552 is moving our intermittent position of the agriculture inspector 2 to a permanent position. And then, as I talked about with our challenges, we have budget account 4552, the E900 to 904. This is the combination of budget account 4552 to 4545. This is a cost-neutral consolidation to improve efficiencies, streamline processes, and reduce duplication of redundant tasks. We want to meet the need of NDA constituencies, and this would allow us to free time by not having the duplication of redundant tasks and fiscal administration duplication. All right, our last division is the Division of Measurement Standards. They are 99.57% funded by fees and 0.43% other. The Division of Measurement Standards offers consumer and marketplace protection through the Petroleum Technology and Weights and Measures program. So under that, we have the State Sealer of Measurement Standards, Metrology, Petroleum Technology, and Weights and Measures. And they only have one budget account, which is 4551. So the first two items are replacement vehicles, you will see. The first E710 is a specialty truck. This vehicle is used for testing and certifying scales that require large amounts of weights, such as highway scales. So that's 2,000 as 1,000 pound weights is measuring. And this truck is currently in service in the Elko area, and it has a model year of 1992. So it is well past its years of useful service, and because of age, when repairs are required, they do come at a higher cost. The second E10, the F550, this is for livestock scale inspections, and this is a replacement vehicle for a 2016 vehicle with about 76,000 miles on it. Moving on to the replacement equipment, we have replacement laboratory equipment. So the first is the octane ethanol analyzer. So this is for 2 new portable octane and ethanol analyzers for the petroleum labs. Continued analysis by the petroleum laboratories for octane level and percentage ethanol in our gasoline samples. And these analyzers would replace the current portable analyzers, which were purchased in 2008 and are no longer manufactured. And then moving on to the barometric pressure sensing device. This also needs replacing due to aging equipment that is no longer supported by the manufacturer, Our current Honeywell display has not been supported for the past 7 years and has no data logging capabilities. This new device would also have the capability to have temperature and humidity probes, which would create some redundancy in case our other labs that we are using have failures. Barometric pressure readings are required when the metrology lab is doing any echelon 2 calibrations to account for air buoyancy corrections. If this requirement is not met, it would not allow us to calibrate to our internal standards. And then new equipment, E720. The first one we have is universal power supply units, also known as UPSs. These provide backup power to the sulfur analyzers used in each of the petroleum program laboratories. So this is a protection of the sulfur analyzers that are used within our petroleum program. These analyzers must remain powered when they are exposed to the possibility of either a power surge or power outage. So these UPSs would allow for a proper shutdown or procedure to be followed versus us losing everything and them not being powered. The next is a Gorbel freestanding easy arm. It's an intelligent assist lifting device. This device is used to eliminate repetitive lifting required when testing and adjusting heavier weights from 25 pounds to 151 pounds. And then our last is a storage cabinet. So our current shelving in our measurement standards labs are from the mid-1970s. And so having all of our weights stored in one location instead of several, this would allow for better access and increased security. We did have one bill draft request, AB 29. This is advertisement of motor vehicle fuel and petroleum products. So this BDR seeks to clarify and update the language within NRS 590.160 to 590.330, inclusive to reflect changes and modernization within the petroleum industry, including new fuels, new modes of advertising, variable pricing based on loyalty programs or methods of payment, and to update or remove some instances of specificity that are no longer needed, and it has no fiscal impact. And with that, we will stand for questions.
Director, give that lady the rest of the day off. Thank you very much. That was a lot of great information, and we know it's important, and I appreciate you being here and doing that. All right, I think that Senator Taylor, you have a question. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and hopefully you'll indulge me. I have a couple of questions, if that's okay. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the presentation. Good, really good information. I have a couple of questions. One is on several occasions you mentioned that you wanted to add new positions that were already being funded from a contractor. You mentioned the percentage that's already being spent for that, but so is what you're looking for to replace that, and it would cost additional monies? No, it wouldn't cost it. Please, would you mind talking through that a little bit?
Yes, so it's a reduce. So when we do it, it's we are reducing those contract costs. So you can see with the food and Kathy Balkin for the record, sorry. So if you go back and look at food and nutrition.
Which slide number?
I'm looking for it right now.
Is that right?
Yeah, go for it.
Madam Chair, if I may, to Senator Taylor. So when Ms. Balkin was, this is Director Goykachi, when Ms. Balkin was talking about the 24.5% or the 34%, that is on top. So if this position is earning an hourly rate of, let's say, $20 an hour, that agency that we staff those through charges us an additional 24% or 26%. So we are coming back asking to make that a full-time state position so we can get out from under that contract and save that 25, 27, 31%, depending again on what professional level they are at and what agency we are using. Those are the percentages that she was talking about.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Another follow-up question, a different question. You probably expected the school lunch question to come up. So just wondering, one of the things that really I think is on a lot of people's minds is there an opportunity, or will you be looking for an opportunity to get back into the universal school lunch and breakfast program for those who need it?
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Taylor. I do have Deputy Administrator Brittany Malley in the room, as well as our Administrator Patricia Hopi down south. But yes, we will continue to fulfill our mission as far as making sure that these children that need those meals are getting those. We did manage to increase significantly the number of schools that were enrolled in CEP this year, and as well as the number of students. And I believe we're at 83% of the students now qualify for that, and we are continuing to work with those school districts and try to make that better. And I don't know if the Deputy Administrator or Administrator cares to weigh in.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Just one more, Madam Chair, if I may. Okay, thank you so much. My final question is on slide 8. You talked actually a couple of times on the combining the transfer from DHHS over to your department, and then it says including fees and grants. Do you expect there to have a fiscal impact on you, or since the fees they were collecting will now come to you, and also those grants, should those grants continue to exist, which none of us know right now?
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Taylor. So in regards to E905, the budget account 3194, the transfer from Health and Human Services to NDA, we have worked quite extensively with Health and Human Services on that, and the fees and grants that we are talking about being transferred over actually fund that program. And in our analysis of that, it is apparent that there are going to have to be some adjustments to those fees in order to maintain the solvency of those programs. That's regardless if it stays at Health and Human Services or if it comes over to the NDA. The reason we are looking to do this, we do have inspectors that do a very similar line of work as far as environmental inspection, and oftentimes we may have an inspector in White Pine County, and we could have them do this same work, or HHS could have one in Elko County. We pass each other on the road right now, and it just seems to be a little bit redundant and a little wasteful. But the grants and those fees would come over into this new budget, and again, we are forecasting we would have to make some changes to fees, as would Health and Human Services, if they were to keep those programs.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to Assemblymember Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Thank God there's no spelling contest or something like that for your department, because I don't think any of us would make it through. My question has to deal with slide 10, and I'm going to ask some very specific questions. I'm not expecting that information today, but possibly when the deeper dive or when other discussions are taking place, it would be helpful. You mentioned the senior farmers, the senior help, as well as the children and adult food programs. Is there any way to get the number of seniors that are actually being helped? It's just important for us to know of our neighbors and our constituents who are getting this help and how many people are impacted by this program, because it's incredibly important. And when I talk with individuals from the Food Bank of Northern Nevada, they're talking it's 5,000 people. So having a little bit more of a clear number of individuals would help understanding why this was done at the high level, but when we start doing the deep dive, knowing the number of people would be very helpful.
Madam Chair, through you to the Assembly member, I believe that our Deputy Administrator does have some numbers. We will commit to bringing you exact numbers when we do make that deeper dive into our budget later in session. But if Ms. Malley would like to address some of those numbers for you.
Brittany Malley for the record. I don't have the numbers with me today, but we do collect all of those numbers monthly from the food banks and the operators that are doing those programs for us. We have spreadsheets, we have all the reports and all the numbers that you could ever want. So, yeah, we can provide that.
Madam Chair, what fashion would you like us to provide those? Do you want those spreadsheets? Would you like us to wait until we actually have another hearing, or would you like us to provide those ahead of time to the Assembly member?
Thank you. I think just having just the number by county would be incredibly helpful, and just that spreadsheet. We do not need to have it by month or anything, but or if you wanted to do it by quarter, that'd be great. But having that by region allows us to kind of see where the needs might be needed, and if we need to look at other ways of funding things, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Senator Canizero.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for the presentation and for being here today. Obviously, I don't know if you missed earlier today, but I have some questions about two specific things. First, as we've been talking about for the week prior to this and for the first part of this week, we were sort of presented with this budget that has this rather large structural deficit that we're trying to dig into. And so I am curious whether or not the governor's office or GFO has been in contact with any of you to ask what parts of your budget you may need to cut, or if you've had any of those conversations to change your budget with them in the last week or so since it was submitted to us in GovRec.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Through you to Senator Canizero. Again, we are in constant communication with Governor's Finance Office and the Governor's Office. Again, because we are so heavily fee-based and federal grant-based, that there is not a lot of room in our budgets, quite frankly. And I think you'll see that we created a very tight budget based on those fees and on the actual needs, and then a very extremely tight budget based on what we anticipated the pass-through from the federal government to be. But yes, we are working with them on a daily basis.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and I know that sort of probably dovetails into the next question that I have, because I think your particular agency, like some others that we've heard prior to today, but unlike some of the ones we've heard today, it has a significant amount of federal dollars attached to many of the programs and operations that you oversee and conduct. Have you thought at all? I know it's early. I know we've just sort of received some information of which seems very unclear what programs, what monies you may not have access to, may not continue to receive, what programs we would be looking at maybe discontinuing or having to figure out a different way to pay for, because I imagine that this current situation for you all is particularly concerning just because of the amount of federal dollars that do come to help fund what you're doing. And so I don't know if you had a chance to think about that, dig into it, or what your thoughts are on the cuts from the federal government regarding any federal funds that are coming into states, of which your agency is highly reliant upon.
Madam Chair, through you to Senator Canizero and Director Goycochea for the record. Yes, we have spent, I would say, extensive amount of time, the last 20 hours, looking at what this will do to us. We do have a good team, or a very creative team, and we do have a plan to meet our short-term needs. That was our number one concern. Let's make sure we pay the bills we have today and how we can pay that. As an agency that is fee-based and federally funded, we don't have a large amount of cash on hand, but we are able to meet those obligations that we currently have. We are also happy to report that those portals that were closed down earlier this morning, we have staff back at headquarters is continuing to make draws on those, and we are able to make draws this afternoon on some very critical grants that we have. So while we wait for the dust to settle and see what those cuts will be, it is pretty much business as usual as of this afternoon. We will have additional conversations with Washington, D.C. tomorrow and in the week to come, obviously. But I think until we see what a farm bill looks like and what an appropriations bill looks like, we will continue to operate under the assumption we will have the money we have now, and we will stick to our very strict budget.
No, thank you for that. When I'm looking at just sort of the overview of this particular department, 76% of the last biennium, about 76.9% of your entire department is federal funds. And so I would imagine that not having federal funds means largely that your department is unable to operate. Things like that we have been talking about today with school lunches, with other sort of food security issues, with making sure that, you know, we are able to continue all of these different programs that you've talked about. And I, and this is more of a comment, Madam Chair, but obviously am incredibly concerned about what this direction from the federal government means for this state, and for critical programs that you all administer, because not having those funds, there is not some wild pot of money in the state of Nevada, especially with the recommended budget that we've been submitted, that we have to fund this. And I appreciate your efforts to continue to operate for the time being, but I think if for some reason those federal funds were to go away, we would be in a very dire situation as it concerns these very critical programs. And I just, that to me is very concerning and something that we are going to be watching, as I'm sure you all are as well. And so thank you for your work in digging into that in the last 20 hours. I know it's been a lot. We've been trying to, you know, look at that as well. And so anyway, I appreciate the time and the indulgence, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for those comments. Anybody else on the committee have a question? Senator Nguyen.
Just kind of in alignment with what the majority leader asked. I know that we had talked a little bit about school lunches and some of this federal funding. What percentage of this, I guess 76.9% of your budget that's reliant on the federal government, how much of that is passed through to like the Department of Education and our children?
Madam Chair, through you to the Senator. So as far as pass-throughs from our agency, Director Goycochea, for the record, back to education, there is no pass-throughs from us back. If it is a program, one of the federal food programs that we administer it. We do not pass that funds on to another agency.
Okay, so I guess not in pass-through. How much of that 76.9% of the federal funds go towards those school lunch programs and feeding children?
Brittany Malley for the record. So all of the funds that we get from USDA for the National School Lunch Program go directly as a reimbursement to those schools for those meals. So we don't keep any of that for National School Lunch or School Breakfast Program.
So that all this federal funds that I'm seeing in the budget goes towards feeding children?
That are for specifically the National School Lunch Program. Whatever that amount would be, 100% would go to back to the schools to cover those meals.
I think I'm just not being clear. Of those federal funds, what percentage of those federal funds go towards feeding children as opposed to other programming within your agency?
Madam Chair, through you to the Senator, we can give you a breakdown on that. When we talk, Director Goycochea, for the record, 77% general funds. That is all across the board. High-path avian influenza is a response that we are conducting on behalf of the federal government right now, and so those funds are also in there. In addition to the food programs you see here, state veterinarian work, our diagnostician lab, zoonotic diseases, those also all come out of there. We do a lot of inspections on behalf of FSMA and on behalf of the EPA. So we will have to take some time to actually tease out how much of that 77% actually goes to one specific program, if you wish to have that.
I don't need the details. I just mostly wanted to see what other types of programming also were potentially on the cutting board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Thank you for the information. We look forward to seeing the numbers that Assemblywoman Anderson asked for, and we'll move you on. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, we will now move to our last agenda item for the day, and that is the second public comment. Those in this last period of public comment on the agenda, please remember to state and spell your name for the record. To call in to provide testimony during public comment, please dial 888-475-4499. When prompted to provide the meeting ID, please enter 848-560-8287 and then press pound. When prompted for the participant ID, please press pound. The call-in information is also on the agenda. And we will begin here in Carson City. Is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to give public comment? Seeing none, we'll move to Las Vegas. Anybody in Las Vegas? Thank you. Anybody on the phone? BPS, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. The public line is open and working, but there are no callers to provide public comment at this time.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all of you who have participated in the meeting today. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning at 8:30 for our last budget subcommittee, where we'll be hearing presentations from the Department of Employment, Training and Rehabilitation, Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and the Department of Wildlife. And there will also be an IFC meeting in the afternoon beginning at 1 o'clock. And so I hope you all have a good rest of the day, and thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned.